Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. It was one of those mornings where my body just refused to cooperate. I'd mixed up my new anxiety meds with some strong painkillers from a back injury, and the combination left me feeling hollowed out and dizzy, like my insides had been scooped out and replaced with static. This was last year, mid-March, I think. The autumn air in Johannesburg was starting to get that crisp bite, but the sun was still stubbornly bright. I'd called in sick to work, something I almost never do, and my parents had already left for the day. The house was quiet, too quiet except for the heavy, rhythmic breathing of my two dogs, a Burbull named Rex and a scrappy little rescue mutt I called Bella. They were both crashed out on the cool tiles of the living room, soaking up the morning sun that poured through the big windows. I was just lying on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, trying to will the nausea away and scrolling through my phone without really seeing anything. The high wall around our property, topped with electric fencing, usually made me feel secure. It was a fortress, but that day, the silence felt heavy, pressuring. I remember thinking I should get up and at least make some tea, but my limbs felt like they were filled with lead. That's when I heard it. The distinct, metallic scrape and clang of the front gate opening. My first thought wasn't fear, it was just a dull annoyance. Mom must have forgotten something. She's always doing that. I heard the gate swing shut with its familiar heavy thud, followed by footsteps on the gravel driveway. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They were heavy, deliberate steps. I remember frowning, thinking it didn't sound like my mom's quick, light tread, but I was so out of it, I just sank deeper into the couch, assuming it was my dad or maybe my brother popping by. Then I heard a man clear his throat. It was a low, rough sound. That's when the first cold trickle of something else, something that wasn't the medication, went down my spine. It wasn't my dad's voice. It wasn't my brother's. My dogs, usually so alert, were still dead asleep, exhausted from an early morning walk. The footsteps moved past the front door, around the side of the house, towards the back. We have a big patio area out back with a sliding glass door. I stayed frozen on the couch for a second, my heart starting to thump a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. Maybe it's the gardener, I thought. But it was a Tuesday. Our gardener, Joseph, always comes on Fridays. He has for years. I slowly, carefully pushed myself up from the couch, my head swimming. The blanket fell to the floor. I crept to the window that looked out onto the side path, keeping my body low. I saw a man I didn't recognize. He was tall, wearing a faded green work shirt and dusty jeans. He had his back to me, and he was walking with a purpose, like he belonged there. He disappeared from my view as he rounded the corner to the back patio. My mouth went dry. This was wrong. All of it was wrong. I tiptoed to the archway that separates the living room from the dining area, which leads to the patio door. I could see his silhouette through the sheer curtain. He was just standing there, facing the glass door. Then I heard the handle jiggle. Not a knock, a jiggle, a testing, turning motion. My blood didn't just run cold. It felt like it solidified in my veins. This wasn't a mistake. Someone was trying to get into my house. While I was home alone, sick and defenseless, the dogs finally stirred, picking up on my panic. Rex let out a low, questioning whine. Adrenaline is a crazy thing. It cut through the drug fog in my head like a hot knife. My thoughts became crystal clear, sharp and singular. Get to a weapon, get to a phone, get to a lock. I moved fast, my socks slipping on the tiles. I didn't run. It was more of a frantic, silent scramble. I beelined for the kitchen, yanked a heavy chef's knife from the wooden block on the counter. The weight of the handle in my hand, was the only solid thing in my spinning world. Then I sprinted for my bedroom, which is down a short hallway. I didn't look back. I slammed the door shut, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the little lock on the doorknob. It felt so flimsy, so pathetic. I shoved my wooden desk chair under the handle, jamming it as best I could. I was panting, my back pressed against the door, listening. I couldn't hear anything from the rest of the house. The silence was somehow worse than the noises. Where was he? Was he still at the back door? Had he found another way in? My phone was on my bedside table. I grabbed it, my fingers fumbling, and called my mum. She answered on the second ring, her voice cheerful. "Hey, sweetie, feeling any better?" "Mum," I whispered, the word catching in my throat. "There's a man in the yard. He tried to open the back door." Her tone changed instantly. "What? Who? Are the dogs with you?" "I'm in my room. I'm locked in. I have a knife." I was crying now, silent tears streaming down my face. I was so scared I thought I might be sick. "Don't move! I'm calling your father and the security company. Stay on the line with me." I stayed on the phone with her, my ear pressed against the wooden door, listening for any sound. I could hear her in the background, her voice frantic, calling my dad, then the armed response company our estate uses. It felt like hours, but it was probably only 10 minutes later that my mom, her voice tight with relief, said, "It's okay, it's the new gardener. The landscaping company sent him a day early by mistake. He's with security now. It's okay." The relief that washed over me was so powerful, my knees buckled and I slid down to the floor. I started sobbing, proper body-racking sobs. It was a mistake, a stupid, terrifying, heart attack-inducing mistake. The security guard came to my door, spoke to me through it, confirmed it. The man had paperwork. He was supposed to be at our neighbor's house, but got the addresses mixed up. I finally unlocked the door, my whole body trembling. I saw the gardener from a distance, talking to the guard by the gate, looking embarrassed. He waved apologetically. I just went back to the couch and cried. The rest of the morning was a blur of shaky recovery. My mom came home, made me tea, fussed over me. The adrenaline crash was brutal. I felt completely drained, hollowed out all over again. By the afternoon, the fear had mostly receded, replaced by a deep, lingering unease and embarrassment. I felt stupid for overreacting, even though everyone told me I did the right thing. I hadn't eaten all day, and my stomach was growling. I figured some comfort food would help. I opened the delivery app on my phone and ordered my usual from the sushi place a few suburbs over, a salmon avocado roll and a tempura prawn hand roll. And because I felt I deserved it, I added a thick chocolate milkshake from the burger joint that shared a kitchen with them. I placed the order, set my phone down, and tried to forget about the morning. About 40 minutes later, I got the notification that my order was out for delivery. I saw the driver's name and a little picture of his car on the map getting closer. Rex and Bella were back to their usual selves, patrolling the living room. When the app showed he was a minute away, I went to the front door. We have a long, curving driveway, and the front door is set back, not visible from the gate. Standard procedure is for delivery guys to call from the intercom at the gate, and we buzz them in. They usually just drive up, hand over the food, and leave. This guy didn't call. I heard a car pull up outside the gate, and then the intercom at the gate buzzed. I pressed the talk button. "Hello?" A male voice, young-sounding, came through. "Delivery for Sarah? That's my name. Yes, that's me. You can come in," I said, and I hit the button to unlock the gate. I expected to hear his car drive through. Instead, I heard his car door open and shut. That was weird. Why was he getting out? I saw him on the camera screen of the intercom system. He was standing there looking up at the camera. He was a lean guy, maybe in his late 20s, wearing a black cap pulled low. He spoke into the intercom again. "Can you just confirm your mobile number for me?" I frowned. That was odd. The app gives them all that info, but maybe it was a new policy, a security thing. I was still feeling rattled from the morning, so I just wanted to get my food. I recited my number. "Okay, thanks," he said, but he still didn't get in his car. "It's a bit tight. Is it okay if I drive up the driveway?" This was getting stranger. The driveway is wide enough for 2 cars. There was no reason he couldn't drive up. "It's fine," I said, my voice tighter now. "You can drive up." Finally, I heard his little hatchback start and pull through the gate. He drove up slowly, way too slowly, and parked right in front of the door. He got out, holding my food bag. He didn't smile. His eyes scanned me from my head to my toes. I was just in leggings and an old sweatshirt, no makeup, hair a mess from being on the couch all day. He handed me the bag. "Here you go," he said. His voice was flat. "Thanks," I said, taking it, ready to shut the door. Then he said, "You look different than I thought you would." The comment hit me like a physical slap. It was so personal, so completely out of line. I just stared at him. "What?" "From your name," he said, shrugging, his eyes still locked on me. "You just look different." I didn't know what to say. My skin started to crawl. "Okay. Well, thanks." I began to close the door. "Nice dogs," he said, nodding towards Rex and Bella, who had come to stand behind me, curious about the visitor. They weren't growling, just watching. A lie sprang to my lips instantly, fueled by the morning's terror. "Yeah, they're not friendly with strangers. Very protective." I put a hand on Rex's massive head. "You should probably go." Instead of leaving, he took a step forward, actually stepping from the paved entrance onto our lawn. "They don't look so tough." My heart was starting that familiar, sickening thump again. "They are. Seriously." He looked past me, into the house. I hadn't closed the door all the way, and he had a clear view down the hallway into the open-plan living area. His gaze lingered. Then he looked back at me. "It's a big house. You here alone?" The question was so direct, so invasive. Every alarm bell in my head was screaming. "No," I lied, my voice sharp. "My family is here." He smirked, a little twitch of his lips. It didn't reach his eyes. He looked around the yard, at the pool, the patio furniture. Must be expensive, a place like this. He then looked back at my car, parked in the carport. Nice car, too. I felt naked, exposed. He was inventorying my life, my things. "I need to go," I said, and I went to shut the door firmly this time. "Hey," he said, stopping the door with his hand. I flinched back. "Sorry. It's just... Do you have some water? My bottle's empty, and it's a long drive back." This was a dilemma. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to slam the door in his face, but a small, stupid, socialized part of my brain didn't want to be rude. I thought if I just got him the water, he'd leave. It was the path of least resistance. A terrible, terrible mistake. "Fine. Wait here," I said, my voice trembling. I turned and practically ran to the kitchen, leaving the door open a crack. I was hyper-aware of him standing just feet from my open doorway. I grabbed a plastic bottle of water from the fridge, my hands shaking so much I almost dropped it. The whole trip took maybe 15 seconds. When I turned back, he wasn't at the door. He was gone. My blood went cold again. I rushed to the doorway and looked out. He wasn't by his car. I took a step outside, and I saw him. He was walking around the side of my house, towards the back. The same path the gardener had taken that morning. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice shrill. "What are you doing?" He turned, not even looking guilty. He just gestured vaguely. "Just looking at your garden. It's nice." He was in my space. He was trespassing. The casualness of it was what was so chilling. He was acting like he had every right to be there, inspecting my property. "Get out," I said, my voice low and shaking. "Get out of my yard. Now!" He stared at me for a long second, that same flat, empty stare. Then he slowly walked back towards me. He didn't look scared or apologetic. He looked calculating. He stopped in front of me, took the water bottle from my hand. Our fingers didn't touch. I made sure of it. "Must get lonely," he said, his voice almost a murmur. "In a big house like this, all by yourself." He knew. He knew I was alone. He'd seen the empty house. He'd heard the silence. He had assessed the entire situation in under 2 minutes. He finally got into his car, started it, and backed slowly down the driveway, his eyes on me the entire time in his rearview mirror, until he disappeared through the gate. I slammed the front door shut, locked it, and slid down to the floor, hugging my knees. The sushi and milkshake sat on the floor beside me, completely forgotten. The fear was back, but it was different this time. It was a deep, settled, icy dread. The gardener was a mistake. This was not. This was intentional. This was a predator seeing what he could get away with. The rest of the day was spent in a state of high alert. I told my parents everything when they got home. My dad was furious, called the delivery company to report the driver. The company was apologetic, said they'd look into it. It felt useless. That night I barely slept. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind in the trees outside made me jolt awake. Rex and Bella were on high alert too, sleeping in my room. Then at around 2 in the morning, the burglar alarm went off. The sound was deafening, a high-pitched, pulsating shriek that felt like it was drilling into my skull. We all shot up in bed. My dad was already on his feet, grabbing the baseball bat he keeps by his side of the bed. The control panel showed the zone for the backyard motion sensors had been tripped. The armed response vehicles were there in under 3 minutes. My dad and I waited, huddled in the hallway, while they swept the property. When they came back, one of the guards, a big guy with a serious face, told us what they found. The back fence, the one that separates our yard from a small patch of undeveloped land, had been tampered with. Not cut, but someone had been working on the wires connecting it to the main electric fence system. It looked like an attempt to disable it. They found footprints in the soft dirt beneath the fence. And they found an empty plastic water bottle, the same brand I'd given to the delivery driver, discarded in the bushes just a few feet from the patio door. The door I'd heard the gardener jiggle just hours before. The security guard said they'd increase patrols for the next few nights. My parents tried to reassure me, but I saw the fear in their eyes too. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, still running on fumes and pure nerves, I opened the delivery app to formally complain. I went to my order history, clicked on the previous day's sushi order, ready to copy the order number, and that's when I saw it. The delivery address on the receipt. It wasn't my address. The app, either through a glitch or my own foggy medicated mistake, had sent the order to my old address, an apartment I hadn't lived in for over 2 years, in a completely different suburb, a good 20-minute drive away. The sushi delivery was marked to the wrong address, yet he found me. He knew my name. He knew my number, and he drove directly to my actual current secured home. He hadn't just been a creepy driver. He had taken my information from a misdirected order and used it to find where I lived. He had stalked me. He had cased my house. He had come back that night. I never found out what happened to him. The delivery company said they dealt with it internally. The police took a statement, but there was little they could do without more evidence. Nothing was stolen. No one was hurt, but I was. Something in me broke that day. The feeling of safety I'd taken for granted my whole life was just gone, shattered. I still live in that house, but I see it differently now. The high walls don't feel like a fortress anymore. They feel like a cage, and I'm always wondering who's on the other side looking in. I never order delivery anymore, not ever, and sometimes late at night I still wake up thinking I hear the gate open. Story 2. We got to the battlefield around mid-morning, and even though it was early, the heat was already oppressive. We walked around for a bit, looking at the monuments and reading the plaques, but after a while we all started feeling drained. My shirt was sticking to my back, and I could feel sweat trickling down my temples. Dad suggested we check out Devil's Den, which is this rocky area where some of the fiercest fighting happened during the Civil War. I'd heard stories about it being haunted, but I brushed it off as tourist nonsense. Still, as we made our way over, the place had this eerie quietness to it. It wasn't just the heat. It felt heavy, like the air itself was holding on to something old and sad. Devil's Den is basically a jumble of big rocks and boulders, with little paths winding through them. The ground was dry and cracked, and the grass was brown in patches from the lack of rain. We were the only ones there at first, which felt strange because Gettysburg is usually packed with visitors. I remember thinking it was odd, but I figured everyone else was smart enough to stay in the air-conditioned visitor center. We climbed up onto one of the larger rocks to get a better view, and that's when I saw him. A man in a Union uniform was standing a few yards away, just watching us. At first, I thought he was a reenactor or something. You see those guys around historical sites all the time. But there was something off about him. His uniform was too clean, too crisp, like it had just been pressed, and he wasn't moving. He was just standing there, perfectly still, and his eyes were fixed on my dad. I nudged my dad and pointed, and Dad squinted, then smiled like he recognized him. That was the first weird thing. Dad doesn't know anyone in Pennsylvania, let alone a Civil War reenactor. The man started walking toward us, and I remember feeling a little uneasy because he moved so smoothly, almost gliding over the rough ground. When he got closer, I could see his face clearly. He had this pale, gaunt look, with deep-set eyes that seemed too dark for the bright daylight. He wasn't sweating, not a drop. And in that heat, everyone was drenched. I was wiping my forehead every few seconds, and Dad's face was red and shiny. But this guy, his skin was dry, almost chalky. He stopped in front of us and nodded at my dad. "John," he said, and his voice was calm but hollow, like it was coming from far away. My dad's name is John, and hearing this stranger say it so casually made my stomach twist. How did he know? Dad didn't seem alarmed. He just smiled back and said, "Afternoon," like it was the most normal thing in the world. The man didn't introduce himself or anything. He just started talking about the battlefield, pointing toward the horizon. "Over there," he said, "that's where the town of Gettysburg stood before the fighting. It was destroyed, you know, burned to the ground in places." He spoke in a matter-of-fact way, but his words sent a shiver down my spine. It wasn't what he said, it was how he said it, like he'd seen it happen. He pointed in another direction, and that way, toward the peach orchard. Whole families lost everything. Farms, homes, all gone in a day. I kept staring at him, trying to figure out who he was. Maybe he was a park ranger or a guide, but he wasn't wearing any modern gear. No hat, no badge, just that full Union uniform, complete with a blue coat and trousers. It looked authentic, down to the last button. I remember thinking it must be boiling in that outfit, but he showed no sign of discomfort, no fidgeting, no wiping his brow. Nothing. Dad was engrossed, asking questions like, "How many were lost here?" And the man would answer with precise numbers and dates, his voice never wavering. At one point he gestured toward a cluster of trees. That's where the sharpshooters were positioned. They picked off men one by one from up there. His finger traced the line, and I followed his gaze. The way he described it was so vivid, so detailed, that I could almost hear the gunshots echoing in the distance. But the weirdest part was when he looked directly at me and said, "You feel it, don't you? The weight of it all." I didn't know what to say. I just nodded because, yeah, I did feel something, a cold dread creeping up my neck even in the blistering heat. We stood there for what felt like 10 or 15 minutes, but it could have been longer. Time seemed to slow down around him. The sun was still blazing, but I started to feel cold, like a chill had settled in my bones. I kept glancing around, half expecting to see other tourists or park staff, but the place was deserted. No one else was in sight. It was just us and this man in uniform who knew things he shouldn't have known. Then he pointed to a specific rock formation and said, "Right there." That's where I fell. His tone was so casual, like he was talking about tripping on a sidewalk. My dad asked, "You fell? During a reenactment?" The man shook his head slowly. No. During the battle, he didn't elaborate, just kept staring at the spot. I felt a knot tighten in my chest. This was getting too weird. A moment later, he turned back to my dad and said, "You should head home soon, John. Storm's coming." I looked up at the sky. It was still clear, not a cloud in sight. But before I could say anything, he took a step back, and then he was just gone. Not like he walked away or ducked behind a rock. 1 second he was there, solid and real, and the next there was nothing, empty space where he'd been standing. I blinked, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me from the heat. But no, he'd vanished. I spun around, scanning the area. "Where'd he go?" I asked Dad, my voice coming out shaky. Dad was frowning, peering into the distance. "I don't know," he muttered. "He was right here." We both started calling out, "Hello, sir?" But there was no response. The only sound was the rustle of dry leaves in the breeze. We searched around the rocks for a few minutes, but there was no sign of him. No footprints, no disturbed gravel, nothing. It was like he'd never been there at all. By this point, my heart was pounding, and I felt this primal fear kicking in. I've never been so scared in my life. We decided to head back to the car, and as we walked, I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. The heat felt even more intense now, suffocating. When we got to the visitor center, Dad went inside to ask about the man. The staff there told him that there weren't any uniformed guides or reenactors on duty that day because of the extreme heat advisory. They said it was too dangerous for anyone to be out in full costume for long periods. That's when Dad turned to me, his face pale. "Did you notice he wasn't sweating?" he asked. I nodded, my throat tight. "Yeah, I saw that." Dad shook his head slowly. "In this heat, that's impossible. No one could stand out there in that uniform without sweating buckets." We both fell silent, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my own skin, not from the heat, but from fear. The drive home was quiet. None of us talked much. I kept replaying the encounter in my head, over and over. The way the man knew Dad's name, the way he described the destruction like he'd witnessed it firsthand, the way he vanished into thin air, and that last thing he said about the storm. About an hour into our drive, the sky did darken, and we hit a massive thunderstorm. Rain poured down so hard we had to pull over. It felt like confirmation of something I didn't want to believe. I've tried to rationalize it since then. Maybe it was a hallucination from heat exhaustion, or maybe we both imagined it, but we saw the same thing, heard the same words, and that detail about him not sweating. It sticks with me. In the days after, I looked up Devil's Den online and found stories about sightings of a Union soldier there, a ghost who sometimes interacts with visitors. Reading those accounts made my blood run cold because they described exactly what we saw. To this day, I can't explain it. I'm still a skeptic at heart, but that experience, it shook me to my core. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I think about that man's face, his hollow voice, and the way he just disappeared. It's like a piece of history reached out and touched us, and I don't know what to make of it. All I know is that I'll never go back to Gettysburg, and I'll never forget that day. It's burned into my memory, and no matter how much I try to dismiss it, the fear remains real and lingering. Story 3. I've never been someone who believed in ghosts or monsters. I always figured if I couldn't see it or touch it, it probably wasn't there. But living in my parents' house, there was always this one thing that tested that belief. Every single day, the basement. It wasn't a normal basement. I don't mean it was filled with creepy antiques or had walls that bled or any of that movie nonsense. It was just a basement, concrete floor, wood-paneled walls from the 70s. a washer and dryer, some old camping gear. But from the time I was a kid, there was a feeling down there, a low-level unease, like a constant, quiet hum of wrongness. It was the kind of feeling you get when you're sure you're being watched, and you turn around and no one's there, but the feeling doesn't go away. You just learn to live with it. You hurry a little faster when you have to grab a laundry basket. You don't look into the dark corners, and the sounds. For years I'd heard them. Loud, heavy thuds that would shake the floorboards upstairs. It wasn't the house settling. This was a violent, deliberate slam, like someone had taken a sledgehammer to a support beam. Sometimes it was a dragging sound, like a heavy piece of furniture being pulled slowly across the concrete. My dad and I must have gone down there 100 times over the years, flipping on the bright single bulb light, expecting to see a fallen shelf or a burst pipe. There was never anything. Nothing out of place. Nothing moved. We'd just stand there, him making a joke about the house being old, me trying to laugh it off, both of us feeling that thick, silent dread pressing in from the shadows. We'd go back upstairs and never talk about it. This particular night, it was a Tuesday, near the end of October. My parents were out of town visiting my aunt, so I had the whole house to myself. I'd gotten off my late shift at the restaurant a little after 11 and driven home through empty streets. It was one of those cold, clear nights where the moon is too bright, casting sharp black shadows that make everything look unfamiliar. I remember pulling into the driveway and just sitting in my car for a minute, looking at the dark house. All the windows were black. It just looked like a shell. I got out, my shoes crunching on the gravel, and headed for the side door. That was the door we always used. It led into a small mudroom, and right past that was the doorway to the basement stairs. You had to walk right by them to get to the kitchen and the rest of the house. I'd done it 1,000 times, always with that little prickle on the back of my neck, always quickening my step just a bit, the key stuck in the lock, like it always did when the weather got cold. I jiggled it, my breath making little clouds in the air, and finally it turned. The door swung inward with its usual creak. I stepped into the mudroom, the familiar smell of old wood and laundry detergent hitting me. It was pitch black inside and freezing. I fumbled for the light switch on the wall, my fingers brushing against the rough plaster. Click. The weak overhead bulb flickered on, casting a sickly yellow light that didn't quite reach the corners. I kicked off my shoes, my body aching from being on my feet all night. All I wanted was to get to the kitchen, make some toast, and collapse on the couch. I turned to my left to head into the house, and that's when I saw it. Movement. Not in front of me, but down, in my peripheral vision from the black square of the basement doorway, my whole body locked up. It was an instinct, immediate and total. I didn't gasp. I didn't scream. My breath just stopped in my throat. My heart didn't even seem to beat. It just became a hard, cold stone in my chest. Slowly, against every screaming fiber of my being telling me to run, I turned my head and looked down the basement stairs. The basement light was off. The stairs descended into a pool of absolute blackness, but at the very bottom, right where the bottom step met the concrete floor, something was looking back up at me. It was a face, but it wasn't a human face. It was massive, about the size of my own torso. The skin was this leathery, wrinkled brown, like old, oil-stained parchment or tanned hide that had been left in the sun for too long. It was utterly hairless. The head, if it was a head, seemed to just sit there on the floor, without a neck, without shoulders. It was just this thing planted at the foot of the stairs. Its eyes were the worst part. They were wide and set far apart, and they were completely empty. Not black, not white, just empty, like two shallow pools of nothing. There was no expression in them, no malice, no curiosity. They were just voids, and they were fixed directly on me. Below the eyes was its mouth. It was slack, just a dark horizontal line, and it was slowly opening and closing, not like it was chewing or trying to form words. It was a slow, rhythmic, mechanical motion. Open, close, open, close. The lips, if you could call them that, were the same leathery texture as the rest of the face, and they peeled back just enough to reveal a darkness inside. It looked like it was trying to breathe, or maybe trying to speak, but had forgotten how. There was no sound, just that silent, gaping motion. I stood there, frozen at the top of the stairs, looking down at this thing that was looking up at me. Time didn't just stop, it shattered. There was no past, no future, just this impossible, horrifying present. My brain was screaming, a high-pitched internal shriek of pure, undiluted terror, but my body was completely disconnected from it. I couldn't move, I couldn't look away, I was trapped in its gaze. I remember the physical sensations with a brutal clarity. A cold sweat instantly soaked through my shirt, making me shiver. My fingers had gone numb, my knees felt like they were made of water. There was a pressure building behind my eyes, a headache starting to pound in time with my heartbeat, which had suddenly come back with a violent, painful thudding in my ears. The smell hit me then, a smell I'd caught whiffs of from the basement before, but had never been able to place. It was like wet earth, old mushrooms, and something else, something metallic and sour. It was the smell of decay, of something deeply underground and forgotten. That smell was pouring up the stairs now, thick and cloying. The face just kept doing its thing, staring, mouth slowly working open and shut. It didn't blink, it didn't move. It was just there, a fixed point in the darkness, an absolute fact that my mind could not process. I don't know how long I stood there. It could have been 2 seconds or 2 minutes, but eventually some ancient lizard part of my brain took over. It didn't tell me to fight. It didn't tell me to scream. It just said, "Away, get away." My body moved without me telling it to. I took a step back from the doorway, then another. My eyes were still locked on that face. I didn't turn my back on it. I couldn't. As I moved back, my shoulder bumped the wall of the mudroom, and the jolt was like an electric shock. I shuffled sideways, my hand trailing along the wall, until I was past the doorway and into the short hall that led to the kitchen. The moment the basement doorway was out of my line of sight, the spell broke. I turned and practically fell into the kitchen, my legs buckling. I caught myself on the kitchen table, my hands slapping against the cold wood. I was breathing in ragged, shallow gasps. My whole body was trembling so hard, my teeth were chattering. I wanted to vomit. I spun around, my back against the table, and stared down the dark hall towards the mudroom. I expected to see it. I expected that face to come gliding out of the darkness, following me. Nothing. The house was silent. The only sound was my own ragged breathing and the frantic hammering of my heart. I had to get out of there. I had to get to my room. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor, and it had a lock on the door. That was the only thought in my head. Upstairs. Lock the door. I pushed myself away from the table and ran. I didn't walk. I ran through the dark living room, my socks slipping on the hardwood floor. I took the stairs 2 at a time, my hand skimming the banister, not caring about the noise I was making. I burst onto the 2nd floor landing, my chest heaving, and sprinted to my room at the end of the hall. I slammed the door shut behind me, the sound explosively loud in the silence, and fumbled for the lock. It was a simple twist lock, and my hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn it. Click. I stood there, my forehead pressed against the cool wood of the door, listening. The house was dead quiet. No thuds, no dragging, no footsteps on the stairs. Nothing. But the image of that face was burned onto the back of my eyelids. Every time I blinked, I saw it. The leathery skin, the empty eyes, the slow, silent working of its mouth. I slid down the door to the floor, pulling my knees up to my chest. I was crying now, silent, helpless tears of sheer terror. I was 24 years old, and I felt like a lost little kid. I was alone. That was the most crushing feeling. The house was empty. My parents were hundreds of miles away. If that thing came up the stairs, if it came to my door, there was no one to help me. The silence felt heavy, expectant. It was listening too. I couldn't stay here by myself, I just couldn't. I scrambled across the floor to my bed, where I'd left my phone charging. My hands were still shaking, my fingers clumsy and stupid. I unlocked it, the bright screen hurting my eyes, and pulled up my contacts. I scrolled to my friend Mark's number. I didn't think. I just pressed call. It rang once, twice. Hello? His voice was groggy with sleep. It was after midnight. Mark. My voice was a dry, cracked whisper. I cleared my throat, tried again. Mark, you need to come over right now. Dude, what's wrong? It's late. He sounded confused, a little annoyed. Please. The word came out as a sob. I was losing control. Please just come over. I can't be here alone. I saw something. In the house, he must have heard the raw panic in my voice, the complete and total hysteria I was barely holding back. The line was quiet for a second. Okay, he said, his voice now alert and serious. Okay, I'm on my way. Just sit tight. I'll be there in 15 minutes. He hung up. I held the phone to my chest, clinging to it like a lifeline. 15 minutes. I could last 15 minutes. I crawled onto my bed, pulling the comforter up around me, even though I was still in my work clothes. I sat with my back against the headboard, my eyes fixed on the door. I didn't blink. I barely breathed. Every tiny creak of the house, every rustle of the trees outside the window, made me jump. I was wound so tight I thought I might snap. I kept replaying it in my head. The movement in the corner of my eye, the turn, the slow descent of my gaze down into the darkness. And then, that face. That impossible, non-human face. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't some pale, weeping woman in a nightgown. This was something else, something physical, something that occupied space, the sheer size of it, the texture of its skin, the smell. It was real, it was tangible. All those years of thuds and slamming sounds, all that unease, it had all been leading to this. It had all been because of that. The wait for Mark was the longest 15 minutes of my life. Every second felt like an hour. I just stared at the door, expecting to see the doorknob start to turn or to hear a slow, heavy tread on the stairs outside. But there was nothing. Just the suffocating silence, and the image burned into my mind. Finally, I saw the sweep of headlights through my window, painting shifting patterns on the wall. A car door slammed. I didn't move. I heard the front door open downstairs. I'd left it unlocked for him, and his voice called out, hesitant. "Hey, you up here?" "In my room!" I yelled back, my voice still shaky. I heard his footsteps on the stairs, then in the hall. A knock on my door. "It's me." I unlocked the door and yanked it open. Mark stood there, looking rumpled and concerned in a hoodie and jeans. The moment I saw him, the dam broke. I started crying for real, heavy, shoulder-shaking sobs. I tried to tell him what happened, but the words came out in a jumbled, incoherent mess. Basement, face, big eyes. It was looking at me. He didn't laugh. He didn't tell me I was dreaming. He just listened, his face growing pale. He'd heard me talk about the basement noises before. He knew I wasn't a superstitious person. He guided me back to the bed and sat me down. "Okay," he said, his voice calm. "Okay. You're safe now. I'm here." We stayed up the rest of the night in my room with the lights on. We didn't go downstairs. We didn't investigate. There was no brave exploration. We just sat there talking in low voices, him trying to calm me down. I must have fallen asleep just as the sun was starting to come up, because the next thing I knew, it was morning, and light was streaming into the room. My parents came home a few days later. I never told them. What would I have said? I tried to go back to normal, but the house was different after that. The low-level unease was now a screaming, constant alarm in the back of my mind. I never, ever went into the basement again. Not once. If I had to do laundry, I'd take it to a laundromat. When I moved out a year later, the relief was physical, like I'd been holding my breath for 12 months. I still visit my parents, of course. I help them with groceries. I have dinner with them, but I will not set foot in that house alone. And if I have to walk past the basement door, I don't look. I don't even glance in that direction. I just hurry past, my heart thumping a little faster, the old fear as fresh and sharp as it was that night, because I know what's down there. I saw it, and I have no way to explain what it was, or why it was there, or what it wanted. All I have is the memory of that massive leathery face in the dark, its empty eyes staring up, its mouth slowly opening and closing, forever silent. Story 4. I was working as an agency nurse at the time, which means I floated around to different hospitals wherever they needed extra hands. That day, I was assigned to this small kind of rundown hospital out in the suburbs. It wasn't one of those big city places with all the latest tech. It was more like a community hospital that had been around forever, with creaky floors and that smell. You know, the mix of antiseptic and old building that just hangs in the air. I'd been there a couple times before, and it was always quiet, the kind of place where you mostly dealt with minor emergencies or folks from the local nursing homes who needed a bit more care. That morning I woke up early, around 6, because my shift started at 7. I remember it was one of those grey, drizzly days where the sky just looks heavy, like it's pressing down on everything. I drove to the hospital, the roads slick with rain, and I was feeling okay, tired, but nothing out of the ordinary. As an agency nurse, you get used to walking into places where you don't know anyone, and that day was no different. I clocked in, got my assignment, and started my rounds. The floor was mostly empty, just a few older patients sleeping, and the usual hum of monitors in the background. Around mid-morning, maybe 10 o'clock, things got busy all of a sudden. We got a call that an ambulance was bringing in a patient from a nearby nursing home. A man in his 70s, they said, in cardiac arrest. I'd dealt with cardiac arrests before, so I didn't think much of it at first. You fall into this mode where you're just going through the motions, doing what you're trained to do. We prepped the trauma bay, got the crash cart ready, and within minutes the paramedics wheeled him in. He was unconscious, pale, and his breathing was shallow. I remember thinking he looked fragile, like one of those porcelain dolls my grandma used to have, the kind you're afraid to touch too hard. The team sprang into action. There was me, another nurse named Sarah. I think that was her name, she was regular staff, and Dr. Evans, this older guy who'd been at the hospital for years. We started CPR right away, and someone was hooking him up to the monitors. His heart rhythm was all over the place, one of those chaotic patterns that makes your own heart skip a beat. We knew we had to intubate him to secure his airway because he wasn't breathing on his own anymore. That's when things started to go wrong. But at the time, I didn't have a clue. Dr. Evans was leading the intubation. He's a good doctor, experienced, but he was moving fast, because in situations like that, every second counts. I was assisting, holding the patient's head in the right position. You have to tilt it back to open up the airway. The patient had a history of ankylosing spondylitis, which I knew from the chart meant his vertebrae were fused together. It's a condition where the spine gets stiff, almost like it's turned to bone, but in the moment it didn't register as a big red flag. You're so focused on saving a life that you don't always stop to think about the little details. So Dr. Evans is trying to get the tube in, and he's having trouble because the patient's neck isn't flexing like it should. He asked me to apply a bit more pressure to the forehead to help stabilize things. I put my hands on the man's head, and I remember how cold his skin felt, almost waxy. I pressed down gently, just enough to keep him steady. Then, out of nowhere, there was this sound. It wasn't loud, but it was sharp and clear, like when you snap a dry twig in half, a crisp, cracking noise that cut through all the other sounds in the room, the beeping monitors, the shuffling feet, the doctor's instructions. For a second, everything froze. My hands were still on his head, and I felt this weird shift, like something had given way under my fingers. It wasn't a big movement, just a subtle release, but it was enough to make my stomach drop. Dr. Evans stopped what he was doing and his eyes went wide. He pulled back the tube and we all just stared. The patient's neck. It looked wrong. Not bent or twisted, but kind of slumped like the support was gone. And then the monitors started screaming. His heart rhythm flatlined completely. We kept working because that's what you do. We did more CPR, injected meds, everything we could, but it was useless. He was gone. Just like that. In the chaos, someone called time of death, and the room went quiet, except for the steady beep of the flatline. I remember stepping back, my hands trembling, and I couldn't stop looking at his neck. There was no blood, no obvious injury, but I knew what that sound meant. It was his spine breaking. The guilt hit me like a physical blow. My knees felt weak, and I had to lean against the wall for a second. I'd been the one applying pressure. I'd caused it. All we were trying to do was help, to save him, and instead, I'd contributed to killing him. It sounds dramatic when I say it out loud, but that's exactly how it felt. My mind was racing, going over every detail, how hard I pressed, the angle, whether I could have done something different. But in that moment, it was just routine. We were following protocol. After we called it, we had to clean up and notify the nursing home. The rest of the shift was a blur. I went through the motions, checking on other patients, charting, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that crack. It was etched into my brain, this tiny sound that changed everything. I kept thinking about the patient, who he was, his family, the life he had. He'd come in from a nursing home, so he probably had people who cared about him, and now he was dead because of a mistake. A horrible, unintended mistake. But still, I didn't talk to anyone about it right away. What would I say? Hey, I think I broke a patient's neck during a code. It sounds insane, but the weight of it was crushing. I felt this cold dread sitting in my chest, and every time I remembered the sound, my breath would catch. I started second-guessing everything I did at work. Was I pressing too hard during CPR? Was I positioning someone wrong? It made me paranoid. Later that day, Dr. Evans pulled me aside in the break room. He looked tired, his shoulders slumped, and he said something like, "These things happen. It's a risk with AS patients." But he didn't say it to make me feel better. It was more like he was trying to convince himself. He told me that in ankylosing spondylitis, the vertebrae fuse together and become brittle, so even a small amount of force can cause a fracture. It's a known complication, but it's rare. And when it happens, it's often fatal, because it can sever the spinal cord. Hearing him say that just made it worse, because it meant it was real, not some fluke. We'd killed him, plain and simple. I finished my shift in a daze, clocked out, drove home, and the whole way, I kept replaying it in my head. The rain was still coming down, and the streets were empty, which made it feel even more isolating. When I got home, I just sat on my couch for hours, not moving, not even turning on the lights. I could still feel the cold of the patient's skin on my hands, and that sound. It was like an echo that wouldn't fade. I didn't cry or anything. It was more like this numb horror had taken over. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jolt awake, thinking I heard that crack again. I started researching ankylosing spondylitis online, reading about cases like ours, and it just reinforced the guilt. There were stories of similar incidents, where patients died during medical procedures because of their fragile spines. It didn't make me feel better. It just made me realize how easy it is to cause harm when you're trying to do good. The ethical part of it messes with your head too. As nurses, we're taught to do no harm. But what happens when the act of helping becomes harmful? It's this gray area that no one really prepares you for. I kept thinking about the fragility of life, how 1 second someone is there, and the next, they're gone because of a split-second decision. It made me question everything about my job. Was I cut out for this? Could I trust myself again? In the days that followed, I thought about quitting, but I didn't. I went back to work, because what else could I do? But it's never been the same. I'm more cautious now, almost too cautious, and I flinch at certain sounds. That day left a mark on me, and I don't think it'll ever fully go away. I still don't have answers. I don't know why it happened to us, or if there was anything we could have done differently. All I know is that sound, that sharp, clean crack, is stuck with me. And every time I hear something similar, like a branch breaking outside, my heart stops for a second. It's a reminder of how thin the line is between life and death, and how easily it can be crossed, and that's it. That's what happened. I've never been able to explain it properly, not even to myself. It just happened, and now I'm left with this. Story 5. Okay, I need to get this out. I've been reading posts on here for a while, but I never thought I'd have something to share. I'm still kinda shaky writing this, and my hands are a little cold, but I need to put it down. Maybe typing it out will make it feel less real, or maybe it'll just confirm that it really happened. I don't know. So, a few months back, my friend was in a bad spot. Her family situation was, well, it was terrible. The kind of terrible you don't talk about in detail, just in whispers. She needed a place to crash, and I had a spare room. My place isn't huge, just a 2-bedroom apartment in a quiet enough building, but it was mine, and it was safe, or I thought it was. I told her she could stay as long as she needed. No questions, no rent, just a safe harbor. For the first week or so, it was fine. We ordered takeout, watched dumb movies, and it felt like old times. But then, something shifted. It was subtle at first. She started making little comments. She'd complain about the food I bought, saying it was cheap or bland. She'd leave her stuff everywhere, dishes in the sink, clothes on the bathroom floor, after I'd specifically asked her to clean up after herself. I'd come home from work, and the living room would be a mess, and she'd just be on her phone, not even looking up. I'm a pretty patient person, or at least I try to be. I let it slide. I figured she was stressed adjusting, but it got worse. It felt intentional, like she was poking me to see how far she could push. She'd use my expensive skincare products without asking, and then just leave the lids off. She'd play music loudly late at night when she knew I had to be up early. I'd ask her nicely at first to please keep it down, and she'd give me this look, a sort of blank, dismissive stare, and just turn it down a single notch, barely enough to make a difference. The anger started as a slow burn in my chest. It was this low, constant hum of irritation. I'd be at work and find myself thinking about the mess she'd left, the disrespect, and my jaw would be clenched tight. I started dreading going home, my own home. That's a horrible feeling, let me tell you. That feeling of your safe space being violated. Then the weird stuff started, and it always happened when I was at my angriest with her. The first time it was a Tuesday. I remember because I'd had a long, crap day at the office, and all I wanted was to come home, make some eggs and toast, and just decompress. I walked in, and the kitchen was a disaster. Pots and pans everywhere, something crusty on the counter. She was sitting at the table, scrolling on her phone, not a care in the world. That hot, tight feeling bloomed in my chest again. I didn't say anything. I just started cleaning, clattering the pans a little louder than necessary. I could feel her watching me, but I refused to look at her. I was so mad I could feel my pulse in my temples. I took out the carton of eggs, my hands practically shaking with this suppressed rage. She got up, came over to the fridge and opened it. "We're out of milk," she said, her tone flat. "I just bought milk 2 days ago," I said, my voice tight. She shrugged. "Well, it's gone." I lost it. Not yelling, but my voice was low and sharp. "Did you even think about the fact that I might want some, that I pay for all of this? You could at least have the decency to replace what you use, or at least tell me." I was staring right at her, this wave of pure fury just washing over me. It was the first time I'd really snapped, and as I was holding that egg carton, she reached out to take an egg from it, a smug little smirk on her face, like my anger was funny to her. And then it happened. It wasn't like a hand came out of nowhere. There was no shape, no form. It was just a force, a hard, sharp smack that came from the side. It hit the egg in her hand with such power that the egg didn't just fall, it exploded. Yellow yolk and clear goo splattered all over her shirt, her arm, the floor. The shell fragments flew everywhere. We both froze. The sound it made was a wet, sharp crack, followed by the splat. It was so loud in the silent kitchen. She stared at her hand, which was now covered in slimy egg. Her fingers still curled in the shape of holding it. Her face went from smug to completely blank, then to confused horror. My own anger vanished, replaced by a cold, prickling sensation all over my skin. My heart was hammering against my ribs. What was that? She whispered, her voice shaky. I couldn't answer. I just looked from her messy hand to the empty space beside her. There was nothing there. The air was just air. But I had felt it. I hadn't just seen it. I'd felt the intention behind it, a reflection of my own rage made physical. It was a punishment. A specific, targeted punishment for her reaching for something that wasn't hers to take in that moment of my anger. We didn't talk about it. We just cleaned up the mess in silence. But the air in the apartment felt different after that, thicker charged. The next big thing happened about a week later. The tension was still there, worse than ever. She was being even more passive-aggressive, leaving wet towels on my bed, using the last of my coffee and not making a new pot. My anger was a constant companion now, a low-grade fever. I was starting to feel like a stranger in my own skin. That Saturday morning, she was in the shower. I was in my room, trying to read, but I couldn't focus. I was just listening to the water run and seething. I was thinking about how she'd monopolized the bathroom for over half an hour, again, when I had to get ready for a video call with my family. It was a stupid thing to be so mad about, but it was the last straw on a giant pile of last straws. I remember standing up, my book falling to the floor, and just letting this wave of pure, hot frustration wash over me. I didn't scream or throw anything. I just stood there, fists clenched, hating her in that moment for disrespecting me and my home so completely. And from the bathroom, I heard a sharp, startled yelp, followed by a heavy thud and a crash. The water was still running. I ran to the bathroom door. "Hey, you okay in there?" There was a moment of silence, then a choked sob. I slipped. I pushed the door open. The bathroom was full of steam. She was on the floor of the tub, curled up, the shower curtain, rod and curtain lying half on top of her. The water was beating down on her back. She was clutching her side, her face contorted in pain and shock. "It pushed me," she mumbled, her voice barely audible over the water. I felt hands on my back. They shoved me. Goosebumps erupted all over my arms. The air in the steamy room felt icy. I helped her up, turned off the water. She had a nasty red mark already forming on her shoulder blade, and her hip was going to be a spectacular bruise, but all I could think about was what she said. Hands. It wasn't a slip. She was pushed, and I knew with a cold, sinking certainty in my gut that it had happened at the exact moment my anger had peaked in my bedroom. Things started bleeding into my work life after that. I'm an admin at a small real estate office. It's a boring job, but it's quiet, or it was. I'd be at my desk, trying to focus on filing paperwork, and my mind would wander back to her, to the mess, to the disrespect. That familiar heat would start to build behind my eyes, and then the little stuff on my desk would move. A pen would roll off the edge, not like it was nudged, but like it was flicked. A stack of papers I'd just neatly straightened would suddenly slide apart, fanning out across my desk. Once, my coffee mug, a heavy ceramic one, shuddered and slid a full 6 inches across my desk, sloshing coffee onto some important documents. My co-worker in the next cubicle leaned over and said, "Whoa, mini earthquake." But there was no earthquake. It was just me and my anger and whatever was now tethered to it. I started to piece it together. It wasn't random hauntings, it was a reaction. My anger was a trigger, and the target was always exclusively her. The eggs, the shove in the shower. The phenomena at work were minor, maybe because she wasn't there, but the energy was still leaking out. It was like my home, or something in it, had become an extension of my will, a vengeful spirit that I was unconsciously summoning to punish her for disrespecting its territory, my territory. The final straw was a small thing, really. She used my laptop without asking, and left it open with a bunch of her social media tabs open, logging me out of all my stuff. It was such a violation of privacy. I saw it when I got home from work, and I just snapped. I didn't say a word to her. I walked into her room, my spare room, where she was lounging on the bed. I didn't yell. My voice was quiet and steady, which was somehow worse. "Get out," I said. "Pack your stuff and get out right now." She looked at me, shocked. "What? Why?" "You know why. You have disrespected me and my home since the day you got here. I let you in to keep you safe, and you've done nothing but treat this place like a hotel and me like your maid. I want you gone. Tonight." The argument that followed was ugly. She called me selfish, paranoid, crazy. She brought up the weird accident, saying I was making her nervous. But I stood my ground. The whole time I was vibrating with this cold, clean anger. It wasn't the hot, messy rage anymore. It was a decisive, final feeling as she was hastily throwing her clothes into her suitcase. Sniffling and muttering under her breath, she stopped and looked at me. The fight seemed to have gone out of her. She just looked tired and scared. "You know," she said, her voice small, "it's not just here." I folded my arms, waiting. This stuff, things moving, getting pushed, it's happened to me before, at my mum's house. That's part of why I had to leave. It follows me. The silence in the room was absolute. Her confession hung in the air between us. It followed her. It wasn't just my house. It was her. My anger was the match, but she was the kindling. She carried this attraction for retribution with her, and my home, for whatever reason, had been all too willing to provide it. I didn't say another word. I just pointed to the door. She left, dragging her suitcase behind her, and I locked the door behind her. I leaned against it, my whole body trembling, listening to the sound of her footsteps fading down the hallway. And then the most profound silence I have ever experienced settled over my apartment. It wasn't just an absence of sound, it was an absence of pressure. The thick, charged feeling that had haunted the place for weeks was just gone. It felt light. It felt clean. It felt like my home again. I walked from room to room, and nothing moved. Nothing fell. The air was still and calm. I sat on my couch in the living room and just breathed. The cold, prickling fear was gone. The constant anger was gone. All that was left was a deep, weary relief and a chilling understanding of what had transpired. The spirits in my home, or the energy, or whatever you want to call it, weren't random ghosts. They were mirrors. They reflected the violation of its peace, and they punished the one who caused it. They were my silent, terrifying allies. She thought she was escaping her abusive family, but she brought the core of that conflict with her, her own disrespectful nature, and my home, my anger, gave it a physical form. My home is peaceful now, completely, utterly normal. I still think about it every day. I get a chill down my spine when I feel myself getting genuinely angry about anything, a little flash of fear of what that emotion might be able to do. I don't have any answers. I don't know what it was. I just know it happened. I know the eggs exploded. I know she was pushed. I know my coffee mug moved. I know it followed her. And I know that the day I finally threw her out was the day the horror stopped, and I was left alone in my quiet, safe apartment, forever changed by the understanding that some houses and some rages can take things into their own hands. Story 6. I still think about it all the time, even though it was years ago. I was in Missouri, visiting my cousin for a few days. We were driving around in his old truck, just killing time, and we needed to fill up the tank. It was one of those grey, overcast afternoons where the sky looks like it's about to open up any second, but it never quite does. The air had that damp chill to it, the kind that seeps into your bones if you stand still too long. We pulled into this gas station off the highway. Nothing fancy, just one of those places you see all over the Midwest, with a couple of pumps and a small convenience store attached. My cousin was driving, and he pulled up to the diesel pump. I remember the smell hit me first, that sharp, oily scent of diesel fuel that always makes my nose wrinkle. He shut off the engine, and the sudden quiet felt heavy, like the whole world was holding its breath. He turned to me and said he was going to run inside to grab some snacks, maybe some chips and a soda, something to keep us going on the road. I nodded and stayed put in the passenger seat, figuring I'd just wait it out. The truck was warm from the heater, and I was feeling lazy, so I didn't see any reason to move. I watched him walk toward the store, his jacket zipped up against the cold. The gas station was one of those brick buildings with big windows in front, so you could see inside from the parking lot. There were a few cars scattered around, but it wasn't busy. Just a normal, boring stop. I leaned back in my seat, staring out the window at nothing in particular. My mind was wandering, thinking about what we'd do later, maybe catch a movie or something. I remember fiddling with the radio, trying to find a station that wasn't all static, but I gave up after a minute. Then it happened. Out of nowhere, this sound exploded through the air, the loudest bang I've ever heard in my life. It wasn't like a car backfiring or fireworks. It was sharper, more violent, like something tearing apart. My heart just dropped into my stomach, and for a second I couldn't breathe. It felt like all the air had been sucked out of the truck. I sat there frozen, my hands gripping the seat, and my ears were ringing from the noise. I didn't know what it was, but every instinct in my body was screaming that something was wrong. I looked toward the store, and that's when the fear really kicked in. The bang had come from inside. I was sure of it. My cousin was in there. For a few seconds, nothing moved. Everything was dead silent except for the hum of the pump still running. Then, my brain started working again, and I knew I had to do something. I didn't want to get out, but I had to see what was going on. I unbuckled my seatbelt slowly, my hands shaking so bad I could barely push the button. I opened the door and stepped out into the cold, my boots crunching on the gravel. The wind hit me, and it felt like ice on my skin. I remember my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, like it was trying to escape. I crept toward the store, staying low, like that would somehow make me invisible. My legs felt weak, like they might give out any second. I could see through the big window, but the lights inside were bright, and it was hard to make out details at first. I moved closer, step by step, my breath fogging in the air. I was terrified of what I might see, but I couldn't stop myself. When I got to the window, I pressed my face against the cold glass, cupping my hands around my eyes to block out the glare. And that's when I saw it. A man was lying on the floor near the checkout counter, and he was covered in blood. It was everywhere, on the floor, smeared on the nearby shelves, pooling around his body. The blood was so red it almost didn't look real, but I knew it was. His clothes were dark, but you could see the wet, shiny patches where the blood had soaked through. He wasn't moving at all, just lying there in a twisted heap, like a rag doll someone had thrown down. My stomach churned, and I felt like I was going to be sick. I could smell the coppery tang of blood even through the glass, or maybe that was just my imagination, playing tricks on me. I scanned the rest of the store, my eyes darting around. I saw my cousin, standing frozen a few feet away, his face pale as a ghost. He was staring at the man on the floor, his mouth hanging open. There was another guy near the door, holding a gun, and he looked just as shocked, his hands trembling. No one was saying anything. It was like time had stopped. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to run inside and grab my cousin, but another part was too scared to move. My body felt heavy, rooted to the spot. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and loud in the silence. Then, slowly, sounds started coming back. The hum of the refrigerators inside the store, the distant sound of traffic on the highway. But it all felt muffled, like I was underwater. I saw the guy with the gun lower it slowly, and he looked around, his eyes wide with panic. He muttered something I couldn't hear, and then he backed toward the door. My cousin finally moved, stumbling backward like he'd been pushed. He turned and saw me through the window, and his eyes locked with mine. I'll never forget the look on his face. Pure terror, mixed with this dazed confusion, like he couldn't process what had just happened. He shook his head slightly, as if telling me to stay put, but I was already backing away. My instincts took over. I didn't think, I just ran. I turned and sprinted back to the truck, my feet slipping on the gravel. I yanked the door open and scrambled inside, fumbling for the keys. My cousin had left them in the ignition, thank God. I started the engine, my hands shaking so hard I could barely turn the key. The truck roared to life, and I looked back at the store. My cousin was coming out now, running toward me, his face still pale. He threw open the driver's side door and jumped in, breathing heavily. "Go, just go," he shouted, his voice cracking. I didn't need to be told twice. I slammed the truck into gear and peeled out of there, gravel flying everywhere. I didn't look back, not once. My eyes were glued to the road, but I could still see that image burned into my mind. The man on the floor, the blood, the stillness of it all. My cousin was hunched over in his seat, his hands covering his face. He was trembling, and I could hear him muttering under his breath, but I couldn't make out the words. We drove for what felt like forever, not saying anything. The silence in the truck was thick and heavy. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see police cars or something chasing us, but the road was empty. The sky was getting darker, and rain started to patter against the windshield, but I barely noticed. My heart was still racing, and my hands were slick with sweat on the steering wheel. I could feel the adrenaline crashing, leaving me shaky and exhausted. After a while, my cousin finally spoke. His voice was quiet, hollow. He told me what happened inside. He said he was at the counter, paying for some chips and a drink, when this guy came in with a gun. The guy was demanding money from the cashier, waving the gun around, and everyone froze. Then, out of nowhere, another customer, the guy I saw with the gun, pulled out his own weapon and shot the robber in the back, just like that. One moment everything was tense. The next, there was that bang, and the robber dropped to the floor. My cousin said it happened so fast he didn't even have time to react. He just stood there watching the life drain out of the guy. He said the sound was the worst part. The deafening crack of the gunshot, followed by this eerie silence. Then the smell hit him, gunpowder and blood, so strong it made his eyes water. He described how the robber's body jerked when the bullet hit, then crumpled like a sack of potatoes. The blood started spreading fast, seeping into the grout between the tiles on the floor. He remembered seeing the cashier duck behind the counter and the other customers scattering, but he couldn't move. He just stared, unable to look away. Listening to him, I felt cold all over. I kept driving, my knuckles white on the wheel. We didn't know where we were going. We just drove, putting distance between us and that gas station. The rain picked up, turning into a steady downpour, and the wipers swished back and forth, a monotonous rhythm that did nothing to calm my nerves. I could still see that window in my mind, the way the light reflected off it, and the scene inside like some horrible painting. We eventually pulled over at a rest stop miles away. I shut off the engine and we sat there in the dark, the only sound the rain tapping on the roof. Neither of us knew what to say. My cousin was crying quietly, his shoulders shaking. I felt numb, like I'd been hollowed out. I kept thinking about that man, whoever he was. Did he have a family? What drove him to do something like that? And the other guy, was he a hero or just someone who panicked? I didn't have any answers and I didn't want them. We stayed there for a long time, just sitting in silence. The shock was starting to wear off, leaving behind this raw, aching fear. I remember my hands wouldn't stop trembling, and I had to clench them into fists to make it stop. My cousin finally looked at me, his eyes red-rimmed and haunted. He said he'd never forget the look on the robber's face when he fell, not anger or pain, just surprise, like he couldn't believe it was happening. As the hours passed, we knew we had to go back eventually, but neither of us wanted to. We talked about calling the police, but we were scared. What if we got involved? What if they thought we had something to do with it? In the end, we decided not to. We drove back to his place, and the whole way I kept seeing flashes of that gas station in my head. The normal, everyday things, the pump, the sign, the cars, all twisted into something nightmare. When we got home, we didn't talk about it much. What was there to say? We both knew what we'd seen, and it was stuck with us. Over the years, my cousin has brought it up now and then, always with that same shaken tone. He says it reminds him how fragile life is, how everything can change in a second. For me, it's not just that. It's the feeling of being there, of seeing something so violent and final, and not being able to do anything about it. I still can't go into gas stations without my heart skipping a beat. Every time I hear a loud noise, I flinch, my mind flashing back to that bang. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I'll close my eyes and see it all over again. The blood, the stillness, the way the world just stopped. I don't know why it affects me so much. Maybe because it was so random, so unexpected. One minute we were just two guys filling up the tank. The next, we were witnesses to a death. I've never told anyone else about this, not in detail. It's one of those things that feels too big to put into words, too real to share without feeling like you're reliving it. But writing it down now, I can almost smell the diesel and the blood, feel the cold glass against my face. It's been years, but it might as well have been yesterday. I don't have any grand conclusions or lessons learned, just this heavy weight in my chest and the knowledge that some things you can't ever forget. And that's it. That's what happened that day. Story 7. The car was an old sedan, a beige four-door that my aunt had owned for years. It smelled faintly of stale coffee and the cherry-scented air freshener dangling from the rearview mirror. I was slumped in the passenger seat, my head against the cool window, watching the vague shapes of trees blur past. My aunt had the radio on low, some talk station murmuring about politics, but neither of us was really listening. The hum of the tires on the asphalt was the loudest sound, a steady drone that was almost peaceful. That's why the first noise was so jarring. It was a soft rustle, like a plastic grocery bag shifting. It came from the back seat. I straightened up a little, glancing over my shoulder. The back seat was empty except for my aunt's gym bag and a few loose mailers. "You hear that?" I asked, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet car. My aunt glanced in the rearview mirror. "Probably just my bag. I've got a water bottle in there." It made sense. I settled back, trying to recapture that drowsy feeling. But the silence felt different now, charged. I found myself listening, my ears straining against the white noise of the car. A few minutes passed. Then it came again. A rustle, a faint scuffling. This time it sounded less like plastic and more like movement, like something small and alive was shuffling through the papers in the back. "Aunt Carol, there's something back there," I said, my voice tighter this time. She sighed, a little exasperated. "It's probably just a mouse, or maybe a kitten got in when I had the door open earlier. Lord knows there are enough strays around the complex." A kitten. The idea was instantly comforting. A little lost kitten, scared and hiding in the footwell. I turned around in my seat, peering into the dark recesses of the back. I couldn't see anything. The streetlights were too far apart out here, and their weak orange glow only illuminated the interior in brief, passing flashes. "Here, Kitty," I said softly, feeling a little silly. That's when the tone changed. The rustling stopped. For a second there was nothing. Then a thump. A single solid thump against the back of my seat. It wasn't loud, but it was deliberate. It felt like someone had balled up their fist and knocked on the other side of the seat back, right between my shoulder blades. I flinched forward. What was that? My aunt's hands tightened on the steering wheel. "I don't know. I really don't." Her voice had lost its casual annoyance. It was thin, wary. We drove on, the car now a cage of tense silence. I kept my eyes locked on the rear-view mirror, watching the dark shape of the back seat. My heart was starting to thump a rhythm that felt too fast for just a mouse or a kitten. This felt different. The air in the car grew thick, heavy. It was getting hard to breathe normally. I could feel the prickle of goosebumps rising on my arms, a cold dread that had nothing to do with the temperature. Then it hit again. This wasn't a thump. This was an impact. Something slammed into the back of my seat with so much force that my body jerked forward, the seatbelt locking and digging into my shoulder and chest. A sharp, pained gasp tore out of me. "Jesus Christ!" my aunt yelled, her voice cracking with panic. The car swerved slightly before she corrected it, her knuckles white on the wheel. What the hell was that? I was twisted around in my seat, my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to escape. I was staring into the darkness, my eyes wide, trying to see what had done that. There was nothing, just the vague outline of the gym bag and the deep shadows pooling on the seats. "There's nothing there," I screamed, and it was half a sob. The logic of it was breaking my brain. Something had just hit my seat with the force of a grown man, and there was absolutely nothing to see. We were both breathing in ragged, shallow pants. The fear was a physical thing now, a sour taste in my mouth, a cold sweat slicking my skin. My aunt fumbled for the central locking switch, clicking all the doors locked with a series of loud, solid thunks. It was a useless gesture, a pathetic attempt to feel safe from something that was already inside with us. For a few minutes, nothing happened. The only sounds were our frantic breathing and the drone of the engine. I think we both prayed that whatever it was had stopped, that it was over. I remember pressing my back against the door, as far away from the back seat as I could get, my knees drawn up. I was trembling, a fine, constant shake that I couldn't control. The next attack didn't come from behind my seat. It came from the floor behind my aunt. A series of rapid, frantic scratching sounds, like an animal was trying to dig its way through the carpet and the metal floor of the car. It was loud, insistent, and horrifying. "It's under my seat," my aunt shrieked, and she actually lifted her feet off the floorboards, tucking them up onto the seat as she drove. It was a miracle we didn't crash. That's when the smell started. It was faint at first, just a hint of something rotten, like old meat left in a hot sun. But it grew fast, filling the car until it was all we could smell. It was thick and cloying, sticking in the back of my throat, making me gag. This wasn't a kitten. This wasn't a mouse. This was something else, something wrong. The scratching stopped as abruptly as it started. The silence that followed was worse. It was a waiting silence, a predatory silence. I could feel it back there, a presence so malevolent it felt like a weight pressing down on us. I was crying now, hot tears streaking down my face, but I was too scared to make a sound. I just stared into the blackness of the back, my whole body rigid with terror. Then it focused on me again. It started with a low growl. It wasn't an animal growl, it was deeper, more guttural, a vibration that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a sound that had no business existing inside a car on a quiet country road. It was a sound of pure hatred. The first blow against my seat was a warning shot, a hard, jarring knock. I whimpered, pressing myself harder against the door. "We're almost home. We're almost home," my aunt was chanting, a desperate mantra. She had the gas pedal floored, the engine whining as we flew down the dark road. The second blow was harder. It felt like someone had taken a sledgehammer to the seat. The whole frame of the seat shuddered, and I cried out, my head snapping forward, and then came the third one. There are no words that can properly describe the force of it. It wasn't a hit. It was an explosion of violence aimed directly at me. Something massive and unimaginably powerful slammed into the back of my seat with the force of a car crash. The sound was a sickening metallic crack. The seat's locking mechanism, the solid metal latch that held the seat back in place, sheared right off. My world turned into a violent, chaotic blur. One moment I was upright. The next I was being thrown forward like a rag doll. The seat back gave way completely, catapulting me headfirst towards the dashboard. There was no time to brace myself, no time to even put my hands up. My head connected with the hard plastic of the dashboard with a dull, wet thud. The pain was instantaneous and blinding, a white-hot flash behind my eyes, followed by a wave of nausea. But more than the pain was the shock, the sheer, impossible physics of it. A car seat doesn't just break, it doesn't just snap and throw you into the dashboard. I slumped sideways, dazed, my vision swimming. I could feel something warm and wet trickling down the side of my face. I lifted a shaking hand to my ear. My fingers came away slick and dark with blood. The impact had split the top of my ear open. I could feel the ragged flap of skin, the hot pulse of blood. My aunt was screaming, a raw, continuous sound of pure terror. The car was swerving wildly. She was trying to drive, to look at me, to look at the back seat all at once. That's when the final thing happened. As I lay half-conscious, bleeding, with the coppery taste of blood in my mouth, something moved in the back seat. I saw it in the rearview mirror, my vision blurry but clear enough. The shadows in the back seat coalesced. They shifted and pulled together, forming a denser, deeper patch of blackness. It had no shape, no features, but I felt its attention on me. I felt a coldness that had nothing to do with temperature, a void that sucked all the warmth and hope out of the air, and in that moment I knew it wasn't just some random thing. It had wanted to hurt me. It had focused its rage on me, and it had succeeded. My aunt must have seen it too, or felt it. She let out another choked scream and wrenched the steering wheel, pulling the car over onto the gravel shoulder with a violent lurch. She didn't even put it in park properly, just yanked the keys from the ignition. "Get out! Get out now!" she screamed, her voice ragged. I fumbled for the door handle, my hands slippery with my own blood. My fingers wouldn't work right. She reached across me, shoved the door open, and practically dragged me out of the car. We stumbled onto the gravel, our legs buckling. We didn't look back. We just ran. We ran down the dark road, two hysterical figures, me with blood pouring down my neck and soaking my shirt, her sobbing and clutching my arm. We didn't stop until we saw the lights of a gas station about a quarter-mile down the road. We burst into the bright fluorescent-lit store, scaring the teenage cashier half to death. We were a mess, covered in blood, crying, babbling about something in the car. The police came. An ambulance came for me. They stitched up my ear, 7 stitches in a ragged line. They asked questions, and we told them everything. They went back to the car with flashlights. They found the broken seat, the latch sheared clean through. They found the blood on the dashboard. They found nothing in the back seat. No animal, no person, no explanation. Just my aunt's gym bag and some mail. We never went back to that car. My uncle went with a tow truck the next day to get it. He sold it for scrap a week later. He didn't even ask why. He took one look at the broken seat and the blood, and at the two of us, who jumped at every sound and couldn't sleep with the lights off. And he just knew. It's been years now. The scar on my ear is a permanent white line, a little notch missing. It's a physical reminder, but the real damage is the knowing that there are things that don't follow the rules. That there is a malice in the world that can hide in the shadows of a car seat and break metal with its hate. I still can't sit with my back to an open room. I get anxious in cars at night. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I can still smell that faint, rotten smell, and I remember the feeling of the seat breaking and the darkness looking back at me from the mirror. We never found out what it was. We never will, and maybe that's the most terrifying part of all. Story 8. Hey, so I've been a cop for about 8 years now, and I've always been the kind of guy who needs proof for everything. You know, if I can't see it, touch it, or explain it with facts, I don't buy it. Ghosts, spirits, the afterlife, all that stuff was just nonsense to me. Something for movies or people who've watched too much TV. But all that changed one random Tuesday back in October. I remember it was a Tuesday because I'd just come off a long weekend and was dragging myself into the station, feeling groggy and wishing I had another day off. The weather was typical for fall, chilly, with that dampness in the air that seeps into your bones, and the sky was this flat grey that made everything feel dull and heavy. I was on duty with my partner, Mike. We've been paired up for 3 years, and he's a solid guy, no nonsense like me. We were just finishing up a coffee run when the call came in over the radio. Dispatch said it was a fire alarm at a residence on Elm Street, but there was something off about it. The address was for this old house, one of those Victorian-style places that's seen better days, with peeling paint and a wraparound porch that sagged in the middle. Normally, fire alarms go to the fire department first, but this one came through as a 911 call, and we were the closest unit. Dispatch said the caller reported a loud, continuous beeping, like a smoke detector, but then the line went dead. No one answered when they tried calling back. We rolled up to the scene in under 5 minutes. The house looked quiet, almost too quiet. No smoke, no flames, nothing out of the ordinary except for this eerie stillness. The grass was overgrown, and there were a couple of faded plastic flowers stuck in a pot by the door, like someone had tried to keep things nice but gave up. Mike and I got out of the car, and I remember the crunch of gravel under my boots and the way the cold air bit at my face. My breath puffed out in little clouds, and I pulled my jacket tighter, feeling that familiar prickle of adrenaline, the kind you get when something doesn't feel right, but you can't put your finger on why. We knocked on the door, and after a minute this elderly woman answered. She had to be in her 80s, with thin white hair and glasses so thick they magnified her eyes. She looked confused, like we'd woken her from a nap. Behind her, I could see another woman, even older, sitting in a rocking chair in the living room. That was her mother, I found out later. She was bedridden most of the time, but they had her propped up there. The house smelled musty, like old books and mothballs, with a faint undertone of something sweet, maybe potpourri or those plug-in air fresheners. I introduced us and asked about the alarm. The woman, let's call her Mrs. Gable. I never got her full name, and it feels wrong to make one up. She shook her head and said they didn't have any alarm system. No smoke detectors, no carbon monoxide alarms, nothing. She told us they'd lived there for 50 years and never installed anything like that. Mike and I exchanged a look. That's when I noticed it. A faint, almost imperceptible smell. It was sharp and chemical, like rotten eggs, but so subtle I almost missed it over the mustiness. Gas. My stomach tightened. We asked if we could come in and check things out, and Mrs. Gable nodded, looking worried now. Her hands were trembling a little as she held the door open. The inside of the house was cluttered but clean, with doilies on the furniture and framed photos covering the walls. I glanced at one. It showed a younger Mrs. Gable with a man in a firefighter's uniform. Didn't think much of it at the time. Mike started checking the kitchen while I looked around the living room. The mother in the rocking chair was staring off into space, her knuckles white where she gripped the arms. She didn't say a word, just watched us with these watery blue eyes that seemed to see right through me. Then Mike called me over to the kitchen. He'd found the source, a gas leak from the stove. The pilot light was out, and gas was hissing out slowly. Not enough to cause an immediate explosion, but if it had built up, or if someone lit a match, well, you can imagine. My heart started thumping hard in my chest. We got everyone out of the house fast, guiding Mrs. Gable and her mother to the porch. The old woman was frail, and I had to support her arm. Her skin felt papery and cold. Outside, the air was a relief, but the fear was still there, buzzing under my skin. That's when the fire department showed up. The chief, a guy named O'Malley, pulled up in his truck, and as soon as he saw the women, his face went pale. He's a big, tough guy. I've seen him handle warehouse fires and car crashes without flinching, but right then, he looked like he'd seen a ghost. He hurried over to Mrs. Gable and hugged her, and she started crying softly. Turns out, her husband and her brother were both former firefighters from the same department. They died years ago in a line-of-duty accident. O'Malley knew them well. He said they were like family to him. His voice cracked when he explained it to us, and he kept wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand. We all stood there for a minute, the cold seeping in, while the fire crew went in to ventilate the house and fix the leak. I remember shivering, not just from the chill, but from this growing sense of unease. Because here's the thing that got me. How did that call come in? Dispatch said it was a woman's voice, reporting a beeping alarm. But Mrs. Gable and her mother didn't make any call. They didn't even have a working smoke detector. When we checked later, their phone line was dead. Had been for a week, they said, because they mostly used a cell phone that was sitting on a table, untouched. There was no logical explanation for how anyone knew to call 911. As the fire crew worked, O'Malley pulled me aside. His hands were shaking, and he kept looking back at the house like he expected something to jump out. He told me that the brother who died, he was the one who always worried about safety. He'd tried to get the family to install alarms years ago, but they never got around to it. O'Malley said, it's like he was watching over them, and his voice was so raw, so full of emotion, that it sent a chill down my spine. I've heard people talk about guardian angels or spirits, but I always brushed it off. Standing there, though, with the grey sky pressing down and that house looming behind us, it didn't feel like a coincidence. The rest of the day blurred together. We stayed until the gas was cleared and the house was safe. Mrs. Gable and her mother went back inside, grateful but shaken. O'Malley arranged for someone to come install proper alarms the next day. Mike and I debriefed back at the station, but neither of us could stop talking about the call. We checked the records. The 911 call came from a number that wasn't in service, and the voice was described as calm but urgent, like someone who knew exactly what was happening. No one could trace it. By the time my shift ended, the sun was setting, casting long shadows that made everything look eerie. I drove home, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. My hands were clammy on the steering wheel, and every little noise, the hum of the engine, the wind whistling past, made me jump. I kept replaying it in my head. The quiet house, the gas leak, the unexplained call. What if no one had called? The gas could have built up overnight, a spark from the furnace, a candle lit by mistake. It would have been a tragedy. 2 elderly women gone just like that. When I got home, I sat in my car for a few minutes, just staring at my hands. I'm not an emotional guy, but I felt this tightness in my chest, like I'd been holding my breath for hours. I went inside and tried to eat dinner, but I couldn't focus. My wife asked if everything was okay, and I just mumbled something about a rough day. How do you explain that you might have witnessed something supernatural? Something that doesn't fit into the world you thought you knew? I've turned it over in my mind 1,000 times since then. The logical part of me wants to find an explanation. Maybe a neighbor heard something, or there was a glitch in the system. But deep down, I know. That call saved their lives, and there's no way it should have happened. It's been months now, and I still get chills thinking about it. I'm not the skeptical cop I used to be. Now, when I hear stories about spirits or loved ones watching over us, I don't laugh. I just remember that cold October day, the smell of gas, and the way Chief O'Malley's eyes welled up. It's like something reached out from beyond, and I can't unsee it. I'll never be able to explain it, and that's what haunts me the most. Story 9. Okay, so I need to get this out. I've been sitting on this for a while, just trying to process it, and honestly, I'm still not sure what to think. I've never posted anything like this online before, but I found this forum and figured if anyone would get it, it'd be you guys. I don't know what it was, I don't have any answers, and that's the part that's eating at me. This happened about 2 months ago, and I still can't sleep right. It was a Tuesday. I remember because I'd been driving since 5 in the morning for a work thing just outside of Austin, and by the time I checked into the Days Inn near Round Rock, I was completely wiped. The kind of tired where your bones feel heavy and your brain is just static. The motel was one of those standard 2-story jobs off the interstate, beige siding, a flickering sign, the smell of stale cigarettes and cleaning products fighting for dominance in the lobby. Nothing special, just a place to crash. My room was on the 2nd floor, at the end of the building, room 218. I remember the number because the gold plastic 8 was a little loose and tilted downwards. I dragged my suitcase in, did the usual thing. Flopped on the bed to test the springs, checked the bathroom for stray hairs, peered through the peephole at the empty hallway. Everything was normal, boring even. There was a connecting door to the next room, one of those locked ones with the solid wood and the deadbolt on my side. I remember trying the handle out of habit, and it was firmly locked. My husband, Mark, had flown in to meet me after his own workday. He got there around 10 at night, and we were both so beat we just ordered a crappy pizza, watched some mindless TV, and called it a night. He was asleep in maybe 2 minutes flat, his breathing deep and even. I was lying there on my back, staring at the ceiling, listening to the hum of the air conditioner and the occasional truck rumble past on the interstate. I was right on the edge of sleep, that fuzzy, warm place where thoughts start to dissolve. And then the room got cold. It wasn't a gradual thing. It was like someone flipped a switch. 1 second I was warm under the thin motel blanket. The next, a deep, damp chill had settled over the room. It was the kind of cold that gets into your clothes, your skin. I remember thinking the AC must have gone haywire, and I fumbled for the remote on the nightstand to turn it off. But the little unit under the window was silent. The fan wasn't running. The vent was completely still. I pulled the blanket up to my chin, shivering. My eyes were adjusted to the dark, the room lit by the faint orange glow of the parking lot lights, filtering through the cheap curtains. That's when I heard it. A voice, soft, right next to my ear, so clear it was like someone was lying on the pillow with me. "You're safe." The words were calm, gentle even, but my entire body went rigid, every muscle locked up. It wasn't Mark's voice. It was higher, softer. I held my breath, listening. Nothing but Mark's steady breathing. I slowly, so slowly, turned my head to look towards the voice, and I saw him. He was standing beside my side of the bed, near the nightstand. He wasn't solid, it's so hard to describe. He was made of light and shadow, like a person-shaped patch of static on an old TV, but with depth to him. I could see the outline of a man, slightly built, maybe in his 40s. I could see through him to the dark shape of the dresser behind him, but he was also there. He had these kind eyes, that's what I remember most. His eyes were the most solid part of him, a warm, gentle brown, and they held an expression of deep curiosity. But he had no mouth, just smooth skin where a mouth should be. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would wake Mark. I was frozen, just staring. I wasn't dreaming. I was wide awake, and the cold was so real, seeping into me. I could feel the rough texture of the blanket against my fingertips, the weight of my own body on the mattress. This was real. The figure, the man, tilted his head. His kind eyes widened, and I saw pure, unadulterated surprise in them. It was the look you'd give someone if they suddenly started speaking a language you thought was extinct. He was shocked. He was shocked that I was looking back at him. He didn't speak with a mouth. but I heard the words in my head, the same soft voice as before, laced with that astonishment. You can see me. I couldn't move my lips. I couldn't form words, but in my head I was screaming, yes. I must have given some kind of signal, a twitch, a thought, because his surprise deepened. He turned his head, looking towards the connecting door to the next room. He didn't call out loud, but I felt the intention, a sort of mental beckoning. Come look. For a second nothing happened. Then the solid wooden door. It didn't open. There was no sound of a lock turning, but a face phased through the wood. A woman's face. She was made of the same shimmering, semi-transparent stuff as the man, but where he was mostly shadow with light outlining him, she was brighter, a pale white shimmer. Her features were softer, harder to make out. But I could see she had long hair and large, anxious eyes. She peeked through the door, only her head and shoulders visible, the rest of her still on the other side of the wall. Her voice, when it came into my mind, was nervous, fluttering. Am I scaring you? I don't mean to. Am I scaring you? She asked it over and over, a frantic whispered thought. Am I scaring you? Am I don't know where I found the will, but I managed to push a thought back, a clear, firm one. No, you're not scaring me. It was a lie. I was terrified. My bladder felt weak, and my hands were clenched into fists, so tight my nails were digging into my palms. But something in her voice, that desperate need for reassurance, cut through my own fear. I didn't want her to be afraid. It was the strangest instinct. The moment I sent that thought, her whole demeanor changed. The frantic energy vanished. She looked relieved. She smiled, a gentle, grateful expression, and then she simply stepped all the way through the door. She didn't open it. She just walked through the solid wood like it was mist. She was a flowing form of white light, a soft glow that lit up the immediate space around her without casting any real light on the walls or furniture. She drifted over to Mark's side of the bed. I stiffened, a fresh wave of panic surging through me. Leave him alone, I thought, but it was a weak internal plea. She hovered over him, looking down at his sleeping face. She reached out a hand, a shimmering appendage, and held it just an inch above his forehead. She didn't touch him. She started whispering things to him, not to me, but to him. I could hear the thoughts, gentle and kind. You are so loved. Your work is appreciated. Your father is proud of you. Just nice things. Reassuring things. Mark sighed in his sleep, a deep, contented sound, and a small smile touched his lips. He shifted, snuggling deeper into the pillow, completely at peace. The man of light and shadow was still standing by my side, watching me. His initial surprise had settled into a profound, quiet wonder. He communicated to me again, his thought voice calm. We are trapped here, in this place. We don't know how long. It feels like a long time. The woman floated back from Mark and came to stand beside the man. She looked at me, her luminous eyes full of a sadness I could feel in my own chest. There are others, her voice whispered in my mind. Others who would like to see you. They don't get many who can perceive. A cold dread, different from the physical chill in the room, washed over me. Others. The idea of more of them, an audience of these silent, shimmering people, filled me with a primal revulsion. I looked at the connecting door, half expecting more faces to phase through. No, I thought, the word sharp and final in my head. Just you. Only you two. They both nodded, a slow, understanding gesture. They didn't seem offended, they just accepted it. The man drifted over to the armchair in the corner and sat down, or rather, assumed a sitting position, his form blending with the chair's darkness. The woman stayed standing near the foot of the bed, and they just stayed. The rest of the night was the most surreal experience of my life. I was lying in bed, my husband sleeping soundly beside me, while two spectral entities kept me company. The cold never left. It was a constant, grounding reminder that this wasn't a dream. I was trembling, but I couldn't move, couldn't wake Mark. What would I even say? Honey, there are ghosts in the room, but they're friendly. He'd think I'd lost my mind. They didn't do much. They just watched me, and occasionally they would communicate with each other. I couldn't hear their conversation, but I could feel it, a low hum of silent exchange in the room. Sometimes I'd catch one of them looking at me, and that sense of wonder would radiate from them again. It's so strange, the man thought once, his gaze fixed on me. To be seen, after so long in the quiet, the woman agreed. She is a bright one, a crack in the wall. I didn't know what that meant. I just lay there, a prisoner in my own bed, hyper-aware of every sensation. The prickle of the cheap sheets, the dry air in my throat, the relentless aching cold in my fingers and toes. Time lost all meaning. The digital clock on the nightstand was blurry without my glasses, but I watched its red glow shift slowly. 11:43, 12:18, 1:02. My mind raced. Were they ghosts? Were they something else? They said they were trapped. Did they die here in this room, in the one next door? The thought made my skin crawl. I was lying in a dead man's bed, in a room that was a cage for lost souls. The ordinariness of the motel room, the generic landscape painting bolted to the wall, the laminated instructions for the Wi-Fi, the Bible in the drawer, made it all so much worse. This horror was happening in a place designed for transient anonymity. As the night wore on, my terror began to mutate into a weird, exhausted acceptance. The initial shock faded, replaced by a deep, weary confusion. They weren't threatening me. They were just there. Their presence was a paradox, both deeply unsettling and strangely peaceful. The man's kind eyes, the woman's gentle whispers to my husband. They felt benevolent, but the situation itself was a violation of reality, and that was the true source of the horror. The darkest part of the night passed. I saw the first hint of grey light around the edges of the curtains. The orange parking lot glow began to weaken. As the room slowly lightened, I watched them. The man in the chair, the woman at the foot of the bed. Their forms began to waver, like a reflection on water that's being disturbed. The man stood up. He looked at me one last time, and I felt a final, clear thought. Thank you for not being afraid. It was then I realized I wasn't. Not anymore. I was just sad for them, and deeply, profoundly confused. The woman gave a little shimmering wave, a shy gesture, and then she turned and walked back towards the connecting door. She didn't phase through it this time. She just faded. She became transparent, then insubstantial, and then she was gone. The man did the same, his form dissolving into the morning shadows in the corner of the room until there was nothing left. The moment they were gone, the cold vanished. It was like someone had thrown a switch again. The room was instantly the same temperature it had been when we went to bed. Warm, stuffy. The hum of the interstate returned to my awareness. A bird started chirping outside. I finally moved. I sat up. My body was stiff, aching from being tensed for so long. I looked at the chair. I looked at the space by the foot of the bed. I looked at the connecting door. It was just a door. I reached out a shaking hand and touched the wood. It was solid, warm from the room's ambient temperature. I looked at Mark. He was still sleeping peacefully, that small smile still on his face. I lay back down, my mind a complete blank. I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the curtains and Mark was shaking my shoulder, saying we needed to check out. We packed up. We left. I didn't say a word. What could I say? But I've been carrying it with me ever since. That cold, those kind eyes with no mouth, the woman's voice asking if she was scaring me, the feeling of being a crack in the wall. I looked up the motel later, but there was nothing. No records of deaths, no local legends, just a Days Inn near Round Rock, Texas. I don't know what they were. I don't know why I could see them. I don't know if they're still there, trapped in that beige-walled room, waiting for another bright one to notice them. All I know is that it happened, and sometimes, right before I fall asleep, I feel a phantom chill, and I wonder if I'll ever feel truly safe in the dark again. I never got any answers, and that's the part that haunts me the most. It just happened, and then it was over, and I was left with this. Story 10. I woke up that morning feeling off, like there was a weight on my chest that hadn't been there before. The air in my dorm room was stuffy, so I cracked open the window and just stood there for a minute, watching the leaves blow around outside. It was one of those grey, overcast days where the sky looks like it's about to cry and everything feels quiet. Too quiet. I had classes later, but for some reason I couldn't shake this nagging feeling that something was wrong. I didn't know it then, but that was the start of everything. I met up with him around noon at a coffee shop near campus. We usually did that on Tuesdays because we both had a break between lectures. He seemed quieter than usual, not making much eye contact, and his hands were shaking a little when he picked up his mug. I asked if he was okay, and he just shrugged and said he hadn't been sleeping well. We talked about normal stuff, classes, friends, whatever, but there was this tension hanging between us, like we were both tiptoeing around something. I figured it was stress, but then he started talking about her. Not directly, just little things, like how he missed the way she laughed or how she'd always know when he was having a bad day. I listened, because what else could I do? But then his voice cracked, and he just broke. Right there in the coffee shop, he started crying, not just a few tears, but this deep, gut-wrenching sob that made my own throat tighten. I reached out and held him, and I could feel his whole body trembling against mine. People were staring, but I didn't care. In that moment, I felt this weird shift, like the air around us got heavier, colder. It was as if someone had opened a door to a place I didn't know existed, and a chill ran down my spine. I held him tighter, and when he finally pulled away, his eyes were red and puffy, and he whispered, "I'm sorry," like he'd done something wrong. I told him it was okay, that he didn't have to apologize, but inside I was freaking out, because that's when I first felt it. This presence, like someone else was in the room with us, watching. We left the coffee shop after that, and he went back to his place to rest. I walked home alone, and the whole way I couldn't stop thinking about that feeling. The campus was mostly empty, just a few students hurrying to classes, and the wind had picked up, making the trees rustle in a way that sounded like whispers. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me, but there was no one there. When I got back to my dorm, I tried to study, but my mind was everywhere. I ended up lying on my bed, staring at the ceiling, and that's when the dream started, except I wasn't fully asleep. It was like this half-awake state where everything felt too real. I closed my eyes for what felt like a second, and suddenly I was standing in front of this yellow house. It was vivid, like I was really there. The paint was peeling in places, and the porch had a swing that creaked in the breeze. All around me were fields of daisies, stretching out as far as I could see, their white petals bright against the green grass. And then I saw her, in the doorway of the house. She was just standing there, not moving, and I couldn't see her face clearly. But I knew it was her. She had this long, dark hair and was wearing a simple dress, and even though I couldn't make out her expression, I felt this overwhelming sadness radiating from her. It wasn't scary at first, just heavy, like I was intruding on something private. I tried to step closer, but my feet wouldn't move, and then I jolted awake, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I sat up in bed, sweating and disoriented. The room was dim because the sun had started to set, casting long shadows across the floor. I checked the time. It was around 6 in the evening, and I knew I had to do something, anything, to shake this off. I decided to go out to my balcony. My dorm room is on the 3rd floor, and the balcony overlooks a small courtyard with some grass and trees. It's usually a peaceful spot, but that night it felt different. The air was still, and the only sound was the distant hum of traffic. I leaned against the railing, taking deep breaths, and that's when I started talking. I don't know why I did it. It just felt like the right thing. I spoke out loud, my voice barely above a whisper, and I asked her for permission. I said something like, "I know you were important to him, and I'm not trying to replace you. I just want to be there for him, to treat him gently. Please, if you're listening, let me know it's okay." As soon as the words left my mouth, I felt this intense cold wash over me, like I'd stepped into a freezer. My arms broke out in goosebumps, and I could see my breath fogging in the air, even though it wasn't that cold outside. And then I felt it. A presence, standing right behind me. I didn't turn around because I was too scared, but I knew someone was there. I could feel eyes on my back, and the hair on my neck stood up. I stayed frozen for what felt like forever, just listening to the silence, until finally the feeling faded and the air warmed up again. I rushed back inside and locked the balcony door, my hands shaking so bad I could barely turn the key. I needed to talk to someone, so I called a couple of friends over. They came to my room around 8 that night, and I spilled everything. The breakdown at the coffee shop, the dream, the thing on the balcony. I was talking fast, my words tumbling out, and as I was describing the presence, all three of us got goosebumps at the exact same time. I mean, we all looked at each other, and our arms were covered in them, and the room felt icy cold for a second. One of my friends whispered, "Did you feel that?" And we all nodded, too freaked out to say much else. We sat there for a while, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a draft, or we were all suggestible, but deep down I knew it was real. That presence was still with me, and it felt like it was waiting for something. Later that night, after my friends left, I knew I had to address it again. I went back out to the balcony, even though every part of me was screaming not to. The sky was completely dark now, with just a few stars peeking through the clouds. I stood there, hugging myself against the chill, and I said goodbye. I thanked her out loud, telling her that I understood she was watching over him and that I'd keep my promise to be kind. I felt a sense of relief wash over me, like a weight had been lifted, and for the first time that day, the air felt normal again. I went back inside and finally managed to fall asleep, exhausted from the emotional roller coaster. The next part is what really sealed it for me. I woke up early the next morning. Well, technically it was still dark, maybe around 5 in the morning, and I felt drawn to the window. I looked down into the courtyard. And there, right in the middle of the grass, was a dead blue jay. It was lying on its side, its feathers a bright blue that stood out against the green, and it wasn't moving. I don't know why, but I felt this urge to go down and see it up close. So I did. I threw on a jacket and went outside, and when I got closer, I saw that it looked peaceful, like it had just fallen asleep. I later looked it up, and I read that blue jays can symbolize a spirit moving on, and that's when it hit me. This wasn't some random coincidence. It was her way of saying she was gone, that she'd heard me and was at peace. I stood there for a long time, just staring at that bird, and I didn't feel scared anymore. Instead, I felt grateful, like I'd been part of something bigger than myself. But even now, I can't fully explain what happened that day. Why did I dream of that yellow house and the daisies? Why did I feel her presence so strongly? And why did that blue jay show up right after I said goodbye? I don't have the answers, and maybe I never will. All I know is that it changed me. I'm not afraid of spirits anymore, but I'll always remember that day as the time I connected with something beyond this world, and it left me with more questions than I started with. Story 11. I'm sitting here in my room at this assisted living place, and I know what people think when they see me. They see an old woman with a fuzzy memory, someone who gets confused about what day it is or whether she's taken her pills. But there's one thing I remember clear as day. and it's been eating at me for years. I have to get this out because if I don't, I feel like I'll burst. I'm not looking for pity or for anyone to tell me it was all in my head. I just need to say it, to put it into words, so maybe it won't feel so heavy anymore. It all started on the day we buried my husband. God, that was a hard day. The funeral was in the morning, and it was one of those grey, drizzly days that just sucks the life out of everything. I remember standing by the grave, the damp seeping through my shoes, and watching them lower the casket into the ground. He'd been sick for so long with the cancer, and it was a relief in a way that he wasn't suffering anymore. But that didn't make it any easier. He'd tried to end things himself months before. When the depression got real bad, he took a gun and shot himself in the face. I still don't know how he survived that. The doctors called it a miracle, but it left him even more broken. In the end, though, it was the cancer that took him. We had the funeral, said our goodbyes, and I thought that was it. I really did. After the burial, everyone came back to the house, family, friends, all trying to be supportive. But I just wanted to be alone. The house felt too big and too empty without him. I remember my daughter hugging me tight before she left, telling me to call if I needed anything. I nodded and smiled, but inside I was numb. I went through the motions, cleaning up the plates of food people had brought, putting away the chairs, until it was just me in that quiet house. The silence was deafening. I took a shower to wash off the grime of the day, the smell of wet earth and flowers clinging to me, and then I crawled into bed. I was exhausted, but sleep wouldn't come. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, thinking about him, about how he looked in the casket, so still and peaceful, unlike the man he'd been in those last months. I must have drifted off eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sound. At first, I thought it was the house settling or the wind, but then it came again. A knocking, not a gentle tap, but this insistent, heavy knocking on the front door. My heart started pounding right away. Who would be knocking at this hour? It was the middle of the night, pitch black outside, and dead quiet, except for that sound. I glanced at the clock on the bedside table. It was past 2 in the morning. My first thought was that it might be one of the neighbors, or maybe my daughter checking on me, but why wouldn't they call? I got out of bed, my legs shaky, and wrapped my robe around me. The floor was cold under my feet as I walked down the hallway toward the front door. The knocking didn't stop. It was rhythmic, almost urgent, like someone was in a hurry. I remember my hand trembling as I reached for the doorknob. I peered through the peephole, but it was too dark to see much. I called out, "Who's there?" But there was no answer, just that knocking. So I unlocked the door and pulled it open. And there he was, my husband, standing on the porch, covered in dirt, not just a little smudge, but caked in it from head to toe. His clothes were the ones we'd buried him in, the dark suit he'd worn for the funeral, but now they were filthy, torn in places and wet with mud. His face, God, his face. It was pale and waxy, like it had been in the casket, but there was something wrong with it. The side where he'd shot himself was all messed up, the skin pulled tight and scarred, but now it looked even worse, like the grave had done something to it. His eyes were open, but they were empty, just staring straight ahead, not seeing me or anything else. He didn't smell like death, not exactly, but there was this earthy, damp odor coming off him like wet soil and decay. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My mind was screaming that this wasn't possible, that he was dead. I'd seen him buried, but there he was, standing right in front of me. He didn't say anything, just stood there, his body rigid. After what felt like forever, he took a step forward, and I stumbled back, letting him in. I don't know why I did it. Maybe out of shock, or some dumb instinct to protect him, even like that. He walked past me, his movements stiff and unnatural, like a puppet being pulled by strings. He didn't look at me, didn't acknowledge me at all. He just headed straight for the basement door. The basement, that's where he'd shot himself. We hadn't been down there since it happened. I'd avoided it, and the door was usually kept closed, but he went right to it, opened the door, and started down the stairs without a word. I followed him, my heart hammering in my chest. The basement was dark and cold, full of old boxes and junk we'd accumulated over the years. He went to the far corner, where it was darkest, and just sat down on the floor, leaning against the wall. He didn't move after that, just sat there, staring into nothing. I stood at the bottom of the stairs watching him, too scared to get closer. What was I supposed to do? Talk to him? Touch him? The thought made my skin crawl. After a few minutes, I backed away and went upstairs, closing the door behind me. I leaned against it, shaking all over. My mind was racing. Was this real? Was I dreaming? But the cold air from the basement, the smell of dirt that lingered in the hallway, it was all too vivid. I went to the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water, but my hands were trembling so bad I spilled half of it. I sat at the table for what felt like hours, just staring into space, trying to make sense of it. When the sun came up, I called my daughter. I told her what happened, my voice shaking. She listened, but I could hear the doubt in her tone. "Mom," she said, "you've been through a lot. It's the grief and with your memory issues." She thought I was having some kind of episode, maybe a hallucination from the dementia. I insisted, told her he was in the basement, but she said she'd come over and check on me. When she arrived, she went down to the basement with me, but there was nothing there. No dirt, no him, just the same old clutter. She gave me a hug and said, "See, it's okay, you're just stressed." But I knew what I'd seen. I knew he'd been there. After that, things got weirder. I started hearing noises from the basement at night, soft shuffling sounds like someone moving around. At first, I tried to ignore it, but then I remembered him sitting down there, and I felt this awful guilt. What if he was hungry, thirsty? So I started bringing food and water down there. I'd make a sandwich or pour a glass of water and take it to the basement door. I'd open it just a crack and set it on the top step, then close the door quickly. I never saw him, but when I went back later, the food would be gone, the plate empty. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of movement in the shadows, but I never stayed long enough to see more. This went on for months. I'd wake up every night, hearing those sounds, and I'd bring something down. I felt like I was going crazy, but the evidence was there. The missing food, the occasional whiff of that earthy smell. My daughter visited often, and I tried to bring it up again, but she just changed the subject or give me that worried look. I stopped talking about it to anyone else because I knew they'd think I was losing it, but I knew he was there. I could feel it. Then my daughter decided to move in with me. She said it was because she was worried about me living alone, especially with my memory problems. I didn't argue. Part of me was relieved to have someone else in the house. She took the spare room upstairs, and for a while, things were almost normal. We'd have dinner together, watch TV, and she'd help me with my pills. But at night, I'd still hear the noises from the basement, and I'd still bring food down, trying to be quiet so I wouldn't wake her. One night, she must have heard me. I was on my way back from the basement after leaving a plate of crackers and cheese, and I saw her standing in the hallway, her face pale. "Mom, what are you doing?" she whispered. I didn't know what to say, so I just shook my head, but then we both heard it. A low scraping sound from the basement, like something dragging across the floor. Her eyes went wide, and she pushed past me to the basement door. She opened it and looked down the stairs. I'll never forget the sound she made, a choked gasp, like she'd been punched in the gut. She slammed the door shut and turned the lock, her hands shaking. "Oh my God," she said over and over. "You were right. He's down there." She wouldn't look at me, just leaned against the door, breathing hard. I asked her what she saw, but she just shook her head and said, "Don't. We can't talk about this." And we never did. From that day on, the basement door stayed locked, and we acted like nothing was wrong. But I knew, and she knew. That was years ago, and I'm still here in this facility, but the memory haunts me every day. I don't know what he was. A ghost, some kind of walking corpse. I don't know. But he was real, and he was suffering, and I left him down there. The guilt eats at me, especially at night when I think about him alone in the dark. I'm old now, and my mind isn't what it used to be, but this one thing is crystal clear. I saw him at the door, covered in grave dirt, and I let him in, and I'll never understand why or how, but I know it happened. It really did. Story 12. It was one of those endless, muggy summer days at my grandparents' farm outside Lancaster, the kind where the air feels thick enough to chew and the rain just makes everything feel heavier, not cleaner. I must have been about 9 years old, my sister a year younger. We were stuck inside because of the downpour, the kind of rain that hammers on the old metal roof and makes the whole world feel like it's shrunk down to just the walls of that creaky farmhouse. Our room was at the end of the upstairs hall, a place that always had a certain smell to it, a mix of old wood, dust, and something else, something faintly sweet and decaying, like dried flowers forgotten in a vase. That night, we were buzzing with that trapped hyper-energy kids get. We'd been told to go to sleep, but sleep was the last thing on our minds. The room was big, with a high ceiling that vanished into shadows, and the only light came from a dim nightlight plugged in near the door, casting long, dancing shapes across the flower-patterned wallpaper. We started a pillow fight. It wasn't anything planned, it just happened. 1 minute we were whispering and giggling, the next we were swinging pillows, feathers flying out of a small tear in mine, filling the air like weird snow. We were laughing, really laughing, the kind that makes your stomach hurt. I remember the sound of our bare feet slapping on the cold wooden floorboards, the thump of a soft hit, my sister's squeal when I caught her off guard. We ended up on the big wrought-iron bed, both of us breathless, perched on our knees and still clutching our pillows. I was about to launch another swing when the bed moved. It wasn't a creak. Beds creak. This was a lurch. A violent, sudden jerk, like someone had grabbed the frame from below and shoved it sideways. The whole thing slid a good 6 inches across the floor with a horrible grinding screech of metal on wood. The headboard, this heavy, ornate iron thing, slammed against the wall with a bang that felt like it shook the whole room. The impact was so solid, so physical. I felt it in my teeth. Everything stopped. The laughter died in my throat. The only sound was the rain outside. My sister and I just stared at each other, our faces frozen in the dim light. Her eyes were wide, her mouth a little circle of shock. My heart wasn't just beating fast, it was a frantic, panicked fluttering in my chest, like a bird trapped in a small box. I could feel the cold sweat already starting to prickle on the back of my neck. "Did you feel that?" I whispered. My voice sounded thin and reedy. She just nodded, her knuckles white where she was gripping her pillow. We sat there, perfectly still, for what felt like a full minute, just listening. The rain pattered, the old house groaned its usual nighttime groans. But underneath it all, there was a new silence, a waiting silence. And then it started, from the old wardrobe in the corner. It was a massive piece of furniture, dark oak, with a big, tarnished mirror on the front that always made you look warped and stretched. The sound that came from it was low, not a voice, not anything I could recognize as a voice. It was a whisper, but wrong. It sounded rabid, like an animal that was sick and trying to form words. It was a muttering, a guttural, wet-sounding stream of sounds that didn't belong to any language I'd ever heard. It wasn't loud, but it was clear, cutting through the sound of the rain like it was right next to my ear. The best way I can describe it is like someone trying to talk through a box fan that was clogged with leaves and dirt, a low, churning, staticky whisper that rose and fell, but never stopped. My sister's hand shot out and grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. I didn't shake her off. The fear was a solid thing in the room now, a cold weight pressing down on us. "The closet," she breathed, her voice trembling so hard I could barely understand her. My first thought, the only logical thought my 9-year-old brain could muster, was that someone was in there, a person, a bad person. Maybe they had come in from the rain. Maybe they had been hiding there all along. The whispering had to be them. But then I thought, what if they're under the bed? The space under our bed was a dark cave, filled with dust bunnies and a couple of forgotten suitcases. The idea that someone, was down there in that darkness, had just shaken the bed, was so terrifying it felt like all the air had been sucked out of the room. The whispering from the wardrobe continued, that relentless, incomprehensible muttering. "We have to look," I whispered back, though every fiber of my being was screaming not to. She shook her head violently, her hair whipping back and forth. "We have to," I insisted, my own fear making me sound angry. "If someone's under there, we need to know." It was the stupidest, bravest, most terrifying decision of my life. We slowly, painfully, slid off the side of the bed, our bodies pressed close together. The wooden floor was icy under my knees. The space beneath the bed frame was a rectangle of pure blackness. The whispering from the wardrobe seemed to get a little louder, a little more focused, as if it knew what we were doing. I took a deep breath, the air tasting of dust and fear, and I lowered my head to the floor, peering into the darkness. Nothing. I craned my neck, trying to see into the far corners. My sister, still clutching my arm, did the same, her face so close to mine I could feel her panicked breaths on my cheek. There was nothing there, no feet, no shoes, no shape of a person, just the suitcases, the dust and the shadows. A profound, gut-wrenching relief washed over me for about half a second, immediately followed by a fresh, colder wave of terror. Because if it wasn't under the bed, then what had moved it? And who, or what, was whispering from the wardrobe? We scrambled back onto the bed, not sitting up, but huddling together in the middle of the mattress, pulling the quilt up to our chins. We were both shaking so hard the bed springs were jingling softly. We just stared at the wardrobe. The door was shut. The mirror just showed our own pale, terrified reflections, distorted and small. The whispers didn't stop. They went on and on, a low, monotonous stream of nonsense. Sometimes it would rise in intensity, the muttering becoming faster, more agitated, like an argument we couldn't understand. Other times it would drop to a near-silent hiss, but it never, not for a single second, went away. It was like a radio left on in a dead language in a forgotten room. We didn't speak. What was there to say? We just held on to each other, our bodies tense, our eyes locked on that wardrobe door. I remember the physical sensations so clearly, even now. The cold sweat that had soaked through my pajama top, the cramp in my legs from staying in the same tense position for so long, the dry, metallic taste of fear in my mouth. Every time the house would settle with a pop or a creak, we'd both jump, our hearts leaping into our throats, but those normal sounds were nothing compared to that relentless, whispering presence in the corner. Time lost all meaning. The night stretched on, an endless dark corridor of fear. We watched the window, waiting for the first hint of grey dawn. The rain eventually slowed to a drizzle, then stopped, leaving a dripping, hollow silence outside that was somehow even worse. The whispers filled that silence perfectly. I must have dozed off for a few minutes at one point, because I jolted awake to find my sister still wide-eyed, staring. She hadn't slept at all. The whispers were still there, a constant maddening soundtrack to our nightmare. When the first real light of dawn finally began to filter through the rain-streaked window, a pale, weak, grey light, it felt like a miracle. The shadows in the room softened. The wardrobe became just a piece of furniture again, not a source of terror. And as the room grew brighter, the whispers began to fade. It wasn't abrupt. They just got quieter and quieter, like a radio being dialed down. until they were just a faint, almost imagined echo. And then they were gone. The silence that followed was almost as loud as the whispers had been. We didn't move until we heard the familiar sounds of our grandparents waking up downstairs, the clank of the coffee pot, the floorboards creaking as they moved about the kitchen. Only then did we slowly, stiffly untangle ourselves from each other and the quilt. Our bodies ached. Our eyes felt gritty and raw. We walked downstairs like zombies. The kitchen was warm and bright, smelling of coffee and frying bacon. It felt like a different universe. Our grandmother was at the stove, and our grandfather was sitting at the table reading the newspaper. "You two look tired," Grandma said, her back to us. "Didn't sleep well." My sister and I exchanged a glance. The words were right there, on the tip of my tongue. The bed moved. There were whispers in the wardrobe. We were so scared. I took a breath. "We heard something last night," I started, my voice shaky. "In our room, the bed." It shook, and there were voices. My grandfather lowered his newspaper and looked at me over his glasses. He had a kind face, but it was a practical face, a farmer's face. "Probably just a dream, kiddo," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "This old house makes all sorts of noises when it rains. Settles in its joints, like an old man." "It wasn't a dream," I said, my voice a little stronger, a little more desperate. We were both awake. The bed moved. It slid. My grandmother turned from the stove, a smile on her face that didn't quite reach her eyes. It was the kind of smile adults use when they're humoring you. I'm sure it felt that way. It's easy to get spooked in the dark. You probably just got yourselves worked up telling ghost stories. That was the end of it. They went back to their paper and their bacon. The conversation was over. The reality of our terror, the physical lurch of the bed, the hours of rabid, whispering horror, it was all dismissed as an overactive imagination, a bad dream. We ate our breakfast in silence. The food tasted like nothing. The normalcy of the kitchen felt like a lie. I looked at my sister and I saw in her eyes the same hollowed-out feeling that was in my own stomach. We had shared that experience. We knew it was real. But in the bright light of day, with our grandparents acting like nothing was wrong, it already felt distant and impossible, like something we couldn't possibly prove. We never talked about it again. Not to each other, and certainly not to anyone else. What was the point? But a rule was established in my mind that day. A rule I never broke for the rest of the summers we spent there. I never ever told a ghost story in that room after dark. It wasn't a superstition, it was a precaution. It felt like making a noise in a room where something was already listening, and I never wanted to get its attention again. The terror of that night left a shiver deep in my bones, a cold spot that never really went away. I learned that some things are real, even if no one else believes you, and that the most frightening thing isn't always a monster you can see, but a sound in the dark that you can never, ever understand. And that's it. That's what happened. I still don't know what it was. Story 13. It was one of those perfect late September mornings, the kind that makes you remember why you put up with the brutal summers around here. The air had that first real crispness to it, the kind that feels clean in your lungs. The sky was that impossible cloudless blue. I'd had a crappy week at work, just one meaningless deadline after another, and I needed to be somewhere that didn't have Wi-Fi or fluorescent lights. I needed to sweat and ache a little, to feel like a person again. I decided to skip my usual loop at the state park. It was always crowded on a Saturday, full of families and people blasting music from their phones. I remembered hearing about this other trail system, newer, less developed. It wasn't even on most of the maps yet. I'd seen a blurry photo online of this stunning, secluded lake. You could supposedly reach from it. That was the goal for the day. Find that lake. Just a few hours to myself. No one else around. The drive out was peaceful. I rolled the windows down, let the cold air blast me awake. When I pulled into the gravel lot at the trailhead, it was empty. Just one other beat-up sedan parked way off in the corner, covered in a fine layer of dust. Perfect. I laced up my boots, grabbed my backpack with a water bottle and a protein bar — I wasn't planning on being out long — and headed in. The trail was different right away. It wasn't the wide, groomed gravel path I was used to. This was narrow, almost shy, weaving through dense thickets of pine and oak. The ground was soft with a carpet of fallen needles and last year's leaves. It was quiet too, not just quiet, but a deep, absorbing silence where the only sounds were my own footsteps and my breathing. I remember feeling a little thrill, like I was an explorer finding something secret. The air smelled damp and rich, like earth and rotting wood. Sunlight came down in broken pieces through the canopy, making the shadows feel even darker. I'd been walking for maybe 45 minutes, following the occasional faded blue blaze on a tree trunk, when I came to a fork. The main trail, such as it was, curved off to the left, heading up a slight incline, but to the right there was a much fainter path, almost just a suggestion in the undergrowth. I could see glimpses of brighter light through the trees that way, and I thought I could hear the faintest whisper of water. This had to be the shortcut to the lake. It looked a little rough, but that was the point, right? To get off the beaten path. I took it. The going got tougher immediately. Branches snagged at my jacket, and I had to watch my step for roots and loose rocks. But I was making progress. The sound of water, or what I thought was water, seemed to be getting a tiny bit louder. My boots sank into the soft ground with each step. I remember the specific sound it made, a soft crunch whump of leaves compressing and damp soil giving way, and then the ground just wasn't there anymore. There was no warning, no creak, no crackle. 1 second I was walking, my mind a million miles away, thinking about how good the cool lake water was going to feel on my face. The next second, the world dropped out from under me. It wasn't a slow-motion movie fall. It was a violent, shocking yank downward. My stomach shot up into my throat. There was a split second of pure, weightless confusion, and then I hit the bottom. Hard. The impact was brutal. It wasn't like tripping and rolling. It was a dead stop. My knees smashed into something solid and unforgiving, a jolt of white-hot pain shooting up my thighs. My hands, which I'd thrown out instinctively, slammed palm first into a cold, wet muck. My head snapped forward, and my forehead connected with the dirt wall in front of me with a dull, sickening thud. My vision flashed white for a second, little stars popping in the darkness. For a long moment, I just lay there, crumpled at the bottom of this hole. I couldn't breathe. The wind was completely knocked out of me. I was gasping, making these pathetic little wheezing sounds, sucking in air that felt thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. Pain was blooming everywhere, in my knees, my hands, my head. It was a dull, throbbing ache, layered with sharp, specific stings. When I could finally get a full breath, it came out as a choked sob. I pushed myself up onto my hands and knees, my entire body shaking. I was in a pit. It was about 5, maybe 6 feet deep, just deep enough that I couldn't see back out to the forest floor from my position. The walls were sheer, dug straight down into the earth. They were muddy and tangled with exposed roots that looked like pale, dead veins. I looked up. The opening was a ragged circle of bright blue sky and green leaves so far above me. It was covered with a lattice of broken branches and a scattering of leaves, the same kind that covered the whole forest floor. That's what I had stepped on. They'd laid it over the hole like a lid. It wasn't a natural collapse. The edges of the hole were too straight, too clean. Someone had dug this. The realization didn't hit me all at once. It seeped in, cold and slow, like the muddy water that was now soaking through the knees of my jeans. My first thought was just pure, stupid anger. What the hell? Who would do this? I was hurt. My head was pounding, and when I tentatively touched my forehead, my fingers came away smeared with blood, mixed with dirt. My palms were scraped raw, grit embedded in the skin. My knees felt like they'd been hit with a sledgehammer. "Hello?" I shouted, my voice sounding thin and shaky in the confined space. "Is someone there? This isn't funny." Silence. The deep, heavy silence of the woods. It felt different now. It wasn't peaceful anymore. It was watchful, oppressive. I tried to stand, but my right knee buckled immediately, sending another lance of pain through me. I had to climb out. Panic started to prickle at the edges of my shock. I was trapped down here. I scrambled at the walls, but the dirt just crumbled in my hands. My fingers dug into the mud, searching for purchase, but there was none. I was just making the walls more unstable, showering myself with dirt. I forced myself to stop, to breathe. My heart was hammering against my ribs like a wild bird. I looked around, really looked. The bottom of the hole was littered with the sticks and leaves that had fallen in with me, sitting in a few inches of muddy, stagnant water. That's what I'd landed in. I saw one of the branches that had been part of the cover. It wasn't a random fallen branch. It was too straight, too uniform. It looked like it had been cut, deliberately, to a certain length. Someone had come out here, to this specific faint trail. They'd brought a shovel, they'd dug a hole, a person-sized hole, deep enough to injure someone. Then they'd carefully covered it back up to look exactly like the rest of the path. They'd disguised it, they'd booby-trapped it. The anger evaporated, replaced by a cold, greasy fear that started in my gut and spread out to my fingertips. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't a forgotten well or a sinkhole. This was intentional. Someone wanted a person to fall in here. They wanted to cause this exact moment of terror, this pain. They were probably watching. The thought made my skin crawl. I spun around as much as I could in the small space, peering up at the ring of trees surrounding the hole. Every shadow between the trunks looked like a person standing there. Every rustle of a leaf, which was probably just a squirrel, sounded like a footstep. I felt exposed, like an animal in a trap. I was completely vulnerable, stuck at the bottom of this pit, and anyone could be up there looking down at me. "Please," I yelled, and my voice broke. "If you're there, just say something. I'm hurt." Nothing, just the whisper of the wind in the high branches, a sound that now felt like mocking laughter. I had to get out. Now. The fear gave me a jolt of adrenaline. I braced my back against one wall of the pit and my feet against the other, starting to chimney climb my way up. It was slow, agonizing work. The mud made everything slippery. Dirt kept getting in my eyes and mouth. My knees screamed in protest every time I shifted my weight. I could feel the scrapes on my hands reopening, smearing blood and mud on the walls. Halfway up, my foot slipped. I fell back, landing hard on my side in the muck. The impact knocked the air out of me again and sent a fresh wave of pain through my ribs. For a second, I just lay there in the cold water, wanting to cry, wanting to give up. The hopelessness was a physical weight. What if I couldn't get out? What if no one ever found this trail? What if the person who dug this hole came back? That last thought got me moving again. I pushed myself up, my clothes now heavy and soaked with muddy water. I tried again, more carefully this time, digging the toes of my boots into the wall, finding little ledges with my fingers. My arms were burning with the effort. I was grunting, sweating despite the cold, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My fingers finally clawed over the lip of the hole. I hauled myself up, my chest scraping against the edge, and I rolled onto the solid ground, gasping and coughing. I lay there for a long time, just breathing in the clean air, feeling the solid, unmoving earth beneath me. I've never been so happy to feel dirt and leaves. But the relief was short-lived. As soon as I got my breath back, I scrambled to my feet, my body aching in a dozen new places. My eyes darted around the forest, searching the trees. "I see you!" I screamed, my voice raw. "I know you're there, you sick bastard! Come out!" It was a bluff, and a pathetic one. I saw nothing, no one. The forest was just as still and empty as it had been before I fell. The only evidence that anything was wrong was the gaping, dark mouth of the hole in the middle of the path, and me, standing there covered in filth and blood, shaking like a leaf. I spent the next 10, maybe 15 minutes limping in a wide circle around the hole, looking for anything. A footprint, a dropped cigarette butt, a piece of trash, a camera hidden in a tree. Anything that would prove someone had been here, that this was a prank, that there was a reason. I found nothing. The ground was too soft and covered in leaves to hold a clear print. There was no trash, no cameras, nothing. That was somehow the most terrifying part, the sheer nothingness, the absence of a reason. It wasn't a hunter's trap, it wasn't marked, it was just a hole, dug with malicious intent, and then left for anyone to find, or for me to find. The hike back was a nightmare. Every step sent a jolt of pain through my knee. My head throbbed in time with my heartbeat. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the fear. I was jumpy, flinching at every little sound. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone following me, someone with a shovel. The peaceful trail I'd enjoyed on the way in now felt like a gauntlet. Every shadow was a threat. Every rustle in the bushes was someone lying in wait. I didn't take the shortcut. I stuck to the main trail, limping as fast as I could, my eyes glued to the path in front of me, terrified that the ground would disappear again. When I finally broke out of the trees and saw my car, still alone in the parking lot, I almost cried with relief. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the door unlocked. I threw myself into the driver's seat and immediately hit the locks. Click. The sound was so final, so safe. I sat there for a long time just staring at the steering wheel. I was a mess. Mud was caked on my clothes and skin. My hands were a bloody, dirty ruin. A purple bruise was already blooming on my forehead. I looked at my reflection in the rear-view mirror. I looked like I'd been in a fight. I drove home in a daze. The whole way, my mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Who? Why? Was it random? Was it targeted? But how could it be targeted? No one knew I was going there. It was a last-minute decision. That meant it was just random. A hole dug for anyone. A gift of pain and fear for a stranger. I took a shower when I got home, the hot water stinging my cuts and washing away the dirt. The physical evidence swirled down the drain. But the other stuff, the fear, it didn't wash off. It clung to me. I sat on my couch later that night, a bag of frozen peas on my knee, and I just felt hollow. The world felt different. It felt thinner, like a fragile skin over something dark and mean and pointless. I still have the scrapes and the bruises. They'll heal in a week or two, but that feeling, the shock of the fall and the cold, creeping horror of the realization, that's still there. I look at trails differently now. I see a pile of leaves, and my heart skips a beat. I hear a branch snap in the woods, and I freeze. Someone went out into the quiet woods, not to enjoy nature, but to dig a hole and hide it, just to hurt someone, just for that. And I don't know why, and I probably never will, and that's the part that keeps me up at night. Story 14. So I've been sitting here for what feels like hours, just staring at my screen, trying to figure out how to even start this. I've never really talked about this stuff online before, but after what happened today, I feel like I have to get it out somewhere. Maybe writing it down will make it feel less real, or maybe it'll just make it worse. I don't know. But here goes. I grew up in this old house out in the countryside, the kind of place that's supposed to be charming, but always felt wrong to me. Things would move around when no one was there, doors would creak open on their own, and sometimes you'd hear whispers in the hallways when you were the only one home. My parents never believed me. They just said it was the house settling or my imagination, but I knew. I always knew it was something else, something I couldn't explain. I spent most of my childhood terrified, jumping at every little noise, and as I got older, I tried to push it all down, tell myself it was nothing. I moved away for college, got married, had a kid, and for years I thought I'd left all that behind. Life felt normal, you know, like maybe I'd finally outrun it. But today, all of that came rushing back. It started out as a totally ordinary day. My son, he's just a toddler, not even 2 years old yet, and he's been a little under the weather lately. Nothing serious, just a cough and a low fever. So I made an appointment with his pediatrician. The office is in this strip mall about 20 minutes from our house, a place I've been to a dozen times before. It's always felt safe, sterile, with bright lights and cheerful posters on the walls. Today, though, from the moment I woke up, I had this weird feeling in my stomach, like a knot tightening. I brushed it off as just being a worried parent. You know how it is when your kid's sick. We got ready slowly. My son was fussy, not wanting to put on his shoes, and I had to carry him out to the car while juggling the diaper bag and my keys. The drive over was quiet. I had the radio on low, some morning talk show, but I wasn't really listening. My mind kept drifting back to my childhood, to those nights I'd lie awake in bed, convinced something was watching me from the corner of the room. I shook it off, told myself to stop being ridiculous. I'm an adult now, a parent. I don't have time for ghost stories. When we got to the doctor's office, the parking lot was half empty, which was unusual for a weekday morning. I unbuckled my son from his car seat, and he clung to me, burying his face in my shoulder. He's usually a happy kid, but today he was quiet, almost too still. I carried him inside, the automatic doors sliding open with a soft whoosh. The reception area was bright and clean, with that familiar smell of antiseptic and baby powder. I checked in at the front desk, and the nurse told me to go straight back to exam room 3 since we were a few minutes early. The hallway to the exam rooms felt longer than I remembered, and the lights overhead seemed to flicker just a bit as I walked. Again, I told myself it was nothing, probably just my nerves. Exam room 3 was at the end of the hall, a small square room with a padded exam table, a couple of chairs, and a counter along one wall. On the counter there was a sink, some medical supplies, and one of those metal lids you see on containers for cotton balls or tongue depressors. It was just sitting there, shiny and innocuous. I set my son down on the exam table, and he immediately started to whimper, so I picked him back up and held him against my chest, rocking him gently. The room was quiet, except for the hum of the air conditioner and the distant sound of a phone ringing in another room. I was facing the door, bouncing my son on my hip, trying to soothe him, when I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, on the counter to my left, the metal lid moved. It didn't jump or fall, it slid, slowly, smoothly, like someone had pushed it with a finger, but there was no one there. Just this lid, about the size of my palm, gliding across the Formica countertop for what had to be 5 or 6 inches. It made this faint scraping sound, a soft metal on plastic noise that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I froze, completely froze. My breath caught in my throat, and for a second I couldn't move, couldn't even blink. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I just stood there, holding my son, staring at that lid. It had come to a stop near the edge of the counter, perfectly still, as if it had never moved at all. My first thought was that it had to be something normal, a draft maybe, or a vibration from the building. But the room was dead still. No windows open, no fans blowing. The air conditioner was on, but it was one of those central units, and the vent was on the ceiling, nowhere near the counter. I looked around, my eyes darting everywhere, searching for anything that could have caused it. A bug, maybe a cockroach or something had bumped it, but I didn't see any bugs, no shadows moving, nothing. The counter was clean, wiped down, with no crumbs or debris. I took a step closer, still holding my son tight. He was quiet now, watching me with wide eyes, like he could sense my fear. I reached out with my free hand and touched the counter where the lid had been. It was cool and smooth, no stickiness, no uneven spots. I picked up the lid. It was light, made of thin metal, the kind that might move easily but not on its own. I set it back where it originally was, and it stayed put. No wobbling, no sliding. My mind was racing. I kept thinking about my childhood, about all the times I'd seen things move in that old house, a book sliding off a shelf, a chair rocking by itself. I'd always told myself it was my imagination, or maybe I was just prone to seeing things that weren't there. But this felt different. This was happening now, in a doctor's office, in broad daylight, with my son in my arms. It wasn't some shadowy corner of a haunted house. It was a place where people go to get better, to feel safe. I started to feel dizzy, like the room was tilting. My hands were shaking, and I had to grip my son tighter to steady myself. I could feel sweat beading on my forehead, and my mouth went dry. I kept staring at that lid, half expecting it to move again, but it didn't. It just sat there, mocking me. Then I heard footsteps in the hallway getting closer. The door handle turned, and the doctor walked in. She's this nice, middle-aged woman with a calm voice, always smiling. She said hello, asked how my son was doing, and I forced myself to smile back, to act normal. I set my son down on the exam table again, and he started to cry, but I barely heard him. All I could think about was that lid, and how it had moved, and how I was the only one who saw it. I didn't say anything to the doctor. What would I even say? "Hey, Doc, I think your office is haunted." She'd probably think I was crazy, or worse, she'd call someone to check on me. So I just nodded along as she examined my son, listening to her talk about his symptoms and what to do for his cough. But my mind wasn't there. It was stuck on that moment, replaying it over and over in my head. The exam felt like it took forever. Every time the doctor moved, I flinched, half expecting something else to happen. I kept glancing at the counter, at that lid, but it didn't move again. The room felt colder now, though, and the air felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me. My son kept crying, and I had to hold him again, but my arms felt weak, like jelly. When the doctor was done, she handed me a prescription and told me to follow up if he didn't improve. I thanked her, my voice coming out shaky, and I hurried out of the room, not looking back. In the hallway, I almost bumped into a nurse, and I mumbled an apology without making eye contact. I just wanted to get out of there, to get back to the car, to somewhere that felt safe. The walk to the parking lot felt like a mile. The sun was bright outside, but it didn't warm me up. I buckled my son into his car seat, my hands still trembling, and got into the driver's seat. I sat there for a minute, just breathing, trying to calm down, but I couldn't. My heart was still racing, and my skin felt clammy. On the drive home, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something in the back seat, but it was just my son, asleep now. The road stretched out ahead, normal and everyday, but everything felt different. That lid sliding across the counter, it was so small, so insignificant, but it shook me to my core. It wasn't just the movement, it was the way it happened, slow and deliberate, like it was meant to be seen. I started thinking about all the times I'd dismissed my childhood experiences. Maybe I wasn't crazy back then, maybe it was all real, and if it was, then what does that mean for me now, for my son? The thought made my stomach churn. I don't want him to grow up like I did, afraid of every shadow, every noise. But now I'm afraid all over again. When we got home, I carried my son inside and put him down for a nap. The house was quiet, too quiet. I walked through the rooms, checking locks, making sure everything was where it should be. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that something had followed me home. I know it sounds paranoid, but after today, I don't know what to believe. I've been sitting here at my kitchen table ever since, typing this out. My hands are still a little unsteady, and every time I hear a creak in the house, I jump. That lid, sliding across the counter, it's burned into my brain. I keep seeing it in my mind's eye, over and over. Why did it happen? Why there? Why then? I don't have any answers. All I know is that today, in a place that's supposed to be safe, I saw something I can't explain, and it's brought back all the fear I thought I'd left behind. I'm questioning everything now, my sanity, my memories, whether any of it ever really went away. And the worst part is, I have no one to talk to about it, because who would believe me? So I'm putting it here, in this post, hoping that maybe someone out there has felt something similar, or maybe just writing it down will make it feel less heavy. But right now, it feels like a weight on my chest, and I don't know how to make it go away. I keep looking over my shoulder, waiting for something else to happen, and I have this sinking feeling that it's only just beginning. Story 15. But last night, something changed. I don't even know why I did it. It was a Tuesday, a completely ordinary, boring Tuesday. I'd been at a friend's place on the other side of town, and I was walking home. The shortcut back to my street takes you right past the edge of the woods where Willow House sits. It's set back from the road, shrouded by these massive weeping willow trees that gave it its name. I'd walked past it 1,000 times, always during the day, and I'd never felt anything but a mild curiosity about the peeling paint and the boarded-up windows. Last night was different. There was a fog, a real, thick pea souper that rolled in from the river. It was the kind of fog that muffles sound and makes the streetlights look like hazy orange moons. The air was cold and damp, the kind that seeps right through your jacket and settles in your bones. As I got closer to the turnoff for Willow House, I just stopped. I looked down that long, overgrown driveway, and the house was just a darker shape in a world of grey, and I thought, why not? It was a stupid thought, a reckless, impulsive itch. I wanted to prove, once and for all, that there was nothing to it, that I was right. I guess my pride was bigger than my common sense. I didn't have a flashlight, just the light on my phone, which was already down to about 30% battery. Not smart. I remember feeling a little jolt of annoyance at myself for that. The driveway was a tunnel of shadows, the fog so dense I could only see a few feet in front of me. The gravel crunched under my shoes, and the sound seemed weirdly loud in the silence. I remember the smell, too. It wasn't just damp earth and rotting leaves. It was a sweet, sickly smell, like old flowers left in a vase for too long, mixed with the sharp tang of mildew. The front porch was sagging. I had to watch my step, feeling the wood give a little under my weight with a low groan. The front door wasn't even locked. It was just slightly ajar, like it was waiting for someone. I pushed it open, and the sound it made was this long, low whine that set my teeth on edge. That was the first moment I felt a real prickle of fear, a cold trickle down my spine. It was the silence inside. The fog outside had muffled the world, but in here, the silence was absolute. It was heavy, like a blanket. I stepped inside, my phone light cutting a shaky beam through the darkness. The air felt charged. You know that feeling right before a thunderstorm, when the air is thick and static and you can feel the hairs on your arms stand up? It was like that, but cold. So cold. My breath plumed out in front of me in little white clouds. I remember hugging my free arm across my chest, my fingers going numb. The entryway was huge. My light swept over a staircase with a broken banister and walls covered in this ugly, peeling floral wallpaper. The pattern was faded and blotchy, but in places it was torn, showing the crumbling plaster underneath. As I moved the light, the shadows jumped and danced. That's when my phone light started to flicker. Not a lot at first, just a little stutter. I shook it, thinking it was the battery or a loose connection, but it kept doing it. A rhythmic pulse of light and dark that made my heart beat faster. Every time it dimmed, the darkness felt thicker, more solid. I was about to turn around. I'm not ashamed to admit it. The bravado was gone, replaced by a deep gut-level unease. This wasn't fun anymore. This was stupid. I was standing in a freezing cold, pitch-black house in the middle of the night, for no good reason. I took a step back towards the door, and that's when I heard it. A whisper. It was so faint I almost thought I'd imagined it, but it came again, drifting down from upstairs. It wasn't a word at first, just a sibilant hiss of air. Then it formed a sound, a name. Eli. It was my name. Someone or something had just whispered my name. My blood went cold. I mean, literally ice cold. Every muscle in my body locked up. This wasn't a draft. This wasn't the house settling. It was a voice. A thin, reedy voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was followed by a soft, dragging sound from upstairs, like something heavy being pulled slowly across the floorboards. My first thought was that someone was playing a trick on me. One of my friends had seen me come in and decided to give me the scare of my life, a weird, desperate hope. I almost called out, "Very funny, guys," but the words died in my throat. The air was too cold, the silence too deep. This didn't feel like a prank. The whisper came again, clearer this time. Eli. It was coming from upstairs. I stood there at the bottom of the staircase, my flickering light aimed up into the darkness. The stairs were steep and covered in a thick layer of dust and grime. I could see my own footprints leading to where I stood, but no others. The dragging sound had stopped. I don't know what possessed me. Fear does weird things to you. It can make you freeze, or it can make you run. For me, in that moment, it made me climb. It was like a compulsion, a morbid, terrifying curiosity that overrode every survival instinct screaming at me to get the hell out. I had to see. I had to know what was up there. Each step I took on those stairs sounded like a gunshot in the silence. Creak, groan, creak. I held onto the wobbly banister, my palms slick with sweat. The flickering of my phone light made the climb a nightmare. 1 second, I could see the step in front of me. The next, I was plunged into near darkness, my foot feeling for the next wooden slab. The cold got worse the higher I climbed. It felt like I was walking into a walk-in freezer. The upstairs hallway was a long, narrow tunnel of doors. All of them were closed except one at the very end, the attic door. It was open, and a faint, greyish light was coming from it. Not the warm light of a bulb, but the cold, dead light of the foggy night sky filtering through a dirty window. The whisper seemed to be emanating from that doorway. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I felt dizzy. My mouth was dry as dust. I walked down that hallway, my shoes scuffing on the gritty floor. I could feel eyes on me, even though there was nothing there, just closed doors. I didn't want to know what was behind them. I reached the attic door and looked up. The stairs leading up were even steeper, just a pull-down ladder kind of thing, made of rough, unfinished wood. I had to put my phone in my pocket to climb, using both hands. The wood was splintery and cold. As my head cleared the floor of the attic, the smell hit me again, that cloying sweetness, now mixed with the pungent scent of old dry wood and something else. Something metallic, like old coins. The attic was one big, open space, cluttered with shapes covered in white sheets. It looked like a graveyard of furniture. In the center of the far wall, under a grimy, circular window, was one shape that wasn't a piece of furniture. It was tall and rectangular, also covered by a dusty white sheet, a mirror. The whisper came from right in front of me. Eli. It was clear as day now, coming from the veiled mirror. My legs felt like jelly. I climbed the rest of the way up, my body moving on autopilot. I stood in the middle of the attic, shivering, my breath coming in ragged pants. The air wasn't just charged anymore. It was humming, a low, subaudible vibration I could feel in my teeth. The flickering light from my pocket was casting frantic, strobing shadows that made the sheet-covered shapes seem like they were twitching. I had to see. I had to know. I walked towards the mirror. Each step felt like I was wading through thick mud. The floorboards were uneven here, and I had to watch my feet. I stopped about a foot away from the sheet. It was heavy, made of canvas or something, and it was covered in a fine layer of dust that puffed into the air as I reached out a trembling hand. My fingers closed on the rough, cold fabric. I took a deep breath, though the air was foul, and I pulled. The sheet came away in a cloud of dust, making me cough, and there it was, a tall, oval mirror in a tarnished silver frame. The glass was smoky and dark, but I could see my reflection clearly. I looked terrified. My face was pale, my eyes wide, my hair a mess. I was just standing there, staring at myself. The dusty sheet pooled at my feet, and then my reflection smiled. I didn't. I was frozen in pure, undiluted terror. But in the mirror, the me that wasn't me curled its lips into a wide, grotesque smile. It was a smile that didn't touch its eyes. Its eyes, they were changing. The brown of my irises seemed to dissolve, bleeding away into blackness, like ink spreading in water. In a second, they were gone, replaced by two perfect bottomless black pits. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I could only watch, my own body paralyzed, as the thing in the mirror looked back at me with those horrible, empty eyes. It leaned forward, its face pressing slightly against the glass from the other side. Its mouth opened, and the whisper came again. But this time it wasn't a faint sound from the air. It came directly from the mirror, a dry, rasping voice that seemed to scrape against the inside of my skull. "Stay with us, Eli." That's when the screaming started. It didn't come from the reflection. It came from the mirror itself, from tiny hairline cracks that began to spiderweb across its surface, and pressed against those cracks from the inside were faces, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. They were distorted, stretched, their mouths open in silent, agonized screams I could somehow hear in my mind. It was a chorus of pure psychic terror, a wave of despair and fear that slammed into me. I could feel their panic, their confusion, their eternal trapped horror. It was a physical pressure in the air, pushing on my eardrums, making my vision swim. Then one of the faces pushed forward, a woman. Her features were clearer than the others. She had long, stringy hair and sunken cheeks, and she was wearing a faded grey dress. Her eyes were the worst. They weren't black pits like my reflections. They were just hollow, empty sockets that held a profound, ancient sadness. She pressed her pale, gaunt face against a larger crack in the glass, and her hand, bone-white and slender, began to push its way through. The glass didn't break. It just yielded like the surface of water. Her hand came through, reaching for me. The air around it dropped in temperature so drastically that I felt a sharp pain in my lungs. I finally found the ability to move. I stumbled back, a choked gasp escaping my lips. It was too late. Her fingertips brushed my cheek. The touch was beyond cold. It wasn't the cold of ice. It was the cold of nothingness, of absolute void. It was a feeling of negation, like every bit of warmth and life in my body was being siphoned out through that one point of contact. It didn't just feel my skin, it felt my soul. I screamed then, a raw, ragged sound that tore from my throat. I turned to run, to get away from that mirror, from those screaming faces, from that hollow-eyed woman. I took one frantic, stumbling step back towards the attic stairs, and the floor gave way. It didn't just crack, it disintegrated. The old, rotten wood splintered into 1,000 pieces beneath my feet with a sound like a gunshot. There was no time to grab anything, no time to even process what was happening. 1 second I was on my feet. The next I was falling through musty, choking darkness. I remember the sensation of weightlessness, of tumbling, of wooden beams and lath and plaster scraping against my arms and legs. I remember a final, fleeting thought. This is it. Then, nothing. Just black. I never escaped. I know that now. The locals, the ones who told the stories, they found my lantern, my phone, on the porch the next morning. They said it was cold to the touch, the battery completely dead, the screen dark. They found the hole in the attic floor. They found the dusty sheet on the floor, but they never found me. They think I fell through and my body is lost in the rubble of the lower floors. They're wrong. I'm right here. I'm in the mirror. When I came to, the blackness wasn't the blackness of unconsciousness. It was the blackness of this place. It's not a room. It's not anywhere. It's a pressure, a presence. I'm surrounded by the others, the screaming faces. I can feel their endless silent panic. I can see out through the glass. I can see the attic frozen in that moment. The dusty sheet on the floor, the hole in the floorboards. I watch the dust motes dance in the slivers of light from the dirty window. I see it all from behind the glass. My face is there now, pressed against the inside with the rest of them. I don't have to scream. The terror is just part of me now. It's all I am. I see the woman in the grey dress sometimes. She just floats here, her hollow eyes staring into a distance that doesn't exist. She was the first, I think. She's been here the longest. We wait. We watch the real world through the smoky glass. We feel the vibrations when someone walks through the house downstairs. We feel the shift in the air when someone is foolish enough or curious enough to climb the stairs. And we whisper. We use what little connection we have to the other side to call them, to lure them, to tempt the proud and the skeptical. We whisper their names. I'm waiting here. My face a permanent mask of the fear I felt in that last second. My eyes probably as hollow as hers now. I'm pressed against the cold, unyielding glass from the inside. Just another story trapped in Willow House. Waiting for the next person to pull the sheet away. Waiting for someone else to join us. I'm still here. Story 16. Okay, so I've never really posted anything like this before, but I need to get this out there because it's been eating at me for weeks now, and I can't shake the feeling that something isn't right in our apartment. I live in Dhaka, Bangladesh, in this old building that's seen better days. You know the type, with peeling paint and those weird smells that come and go. It's just me, my parents, and my younger sister, and we've been here for about 5 years. Things were mostly normal until recently, but then this one day happened and it changed everything. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, and honestly, I'm scared to be alone in the house now. It started early that morning, around 6 o'clock. I woke up to this loud banging sound from upstairs, like someone was dragging furniture across the floor. At first I thought it was just the neighbors. We have a family living above us, and they're usually quiet, but sometimes you hear stuff. I rolled over and tried to ignore it, but the noise kept going. This heavy stomping that made the ceiling vibrate. I could feel it in my bones. This low thud, thud, thud that didn't sound human. My room shares a wall with the hallway, and I remember pressing my ear against it, thinking maybe it was pipes or something. But it was too rhythmic for that. It sounded like footsteps, but way too heavy, like whatever was up there weighed a ton. I got out of bed and went to the kitchen, where my mom was making breakfast. She looked tired, bags under her eyes, and she said she'd been up half the night because of the noise too. We both stood there listening, and then my dad came in, rubbing his face. He's usually the skeptical one, always saying it's just the building settling or kids playing. But this time he looked uneasy. He told us he'd go check with the neighbors later, but for now we should try to have a normal day. Normal. Yeah, right. The air felt thick, like before a storm, and I couldn't shake this chill down my spine. Around 8 in the morning, after we'd eaten, my dad went upstairs to talk to the neighbors. I followed him because I was curious, and honestly, I didn't want to be alone. The family upstairs, they're a nice couple with 2 little kids, answered the door, and my dad asked if they'd been moving furniture or something. The wife looked confused and said no, they'd all been asleep since 10 the night before. Her husband nodded, and he even invited us in to see for ourselves. Their apartment was quiet, everything in place. No signs of anything being dragged around. I felt stupid for suspecting them, but the noise had been so real. As we left, I glanced back, and for a second I thought I saw something shift in the shadows of their hallway, but I blinked and it was gone. My dad must have noticed something too, because he was quiet on the way down, his knuckles white on the railing. Back in our apartment, the day dragged on. I tried to study for my exams, but I kept getting distracted by little sounds, creaks from the walls, whispers I couldn't place. Around noon I was in my room, and I heard the stomping again, this time right above my head. It was louder, more aggressive, like whatever it was wanted to be heard. I called out to my mum, and she came in, her face pale. We both stood there, staring at the ceiling, and then she whispered, "It's back." That's when I felt it, this cold spot in the room, like someone had opened a freezer door. I shivered, and my mum hugged herself, saying we should light some incense or something, but we didn't have any. Later that afternoon, around 3 o'clock, things got weirder. I was on the balcony, trying to get some air, because the apartment felt suffocating. The balcony overlooks the street, but it's enclosed with railings, and we have some potted plants out there. I was leaning against the railing, watching people below, when I saw it. A shadow, about 3 feet tall, translucent like dirty water, standing in the corner near the plants. It didn't have a face, just this blurry shape, but I could feel it looking at me. My heart started pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. It was like I was frozen. The shadow didn't do anything, just stood there, and then it faded away like smoke dissolving in the air. I stumbled back inside, my hands shaking, and I must have looked terrified because my dad asked what was wrong. When I told him, his face went slack, and he said he'd seen the same thing a few days ago in the hallway, but he didn't want to scare us. Hearing him admit it made it all real, and I felt this dread sink into my stomach. Around 5 in the evening, I decided to try and record something. I'd heard about EVPS, electronic voice phenomena, from online forums, so I dug out my old phone and opened a recording app. I went to the living room where the noises seemed loudest and just started talking, asking if anyone was there. At first it was just silence, but then I played it back, and there it was, a deep, guttural voice that didn't sound human. It said something like, "Get out," but slurred, like it was coming from underwater. I showed it to my family, and we all huddled together, listening to it over and over. My mom started crying softly, and my dad said we should delete it, but I kept a copy. I don't know why. Maybe I needed proof that I wasn't going crazy. As night fell, around 8 o'clock, I was exhausted from the stress, so I went to bed early. That's when the sleep paralysis hit. I've had it before, but never like this. I woke up unable to move, my body pinned to the bed, and I could hear this bell ringing clear and sharp, like from a temple or something. At the same time, my phone on the nightstand started playing podcasts on its own, volume blasting, but I hadn't touched it. The voices from the podcast mixed with the bell, creating this chaotic noise that made my head spin. I tried to scream, but nothing came out, and I could feel this presence in the room, heavy and cold. It felt like hours, but it was probably only a few minutes before I could move again. When I did, I sat up, sweating and trembling, and the bell stopped. But the podcast kept playing until I forced myself to turn it off. I went to the kitchen to get water, and that's when I found my mom on the floor. She was clutching her arm, tears streaming down her face, and she said something had thrown her. She'd been walking to the bathroom when an invisible force shoved her against the wall. There was no one there, no explanation. My dad helped her up, and we all just stood there, too scared to speak. I remember the look in her eyes, pure terror, and I knew we had to do something. Later that night, around 11, I guess I started sleepwalking. I don't remember it, but my dad told me he found me in the hallway, pointing at the ceiling and muttering something he couldn't understand. He said my eyes were open but blank, like I wasn't really there. He guided me back to bed, and when I woke up the next morning, I had no memory of it, but my back was sore. When I checked in the mirror, there were scratches, 3 long, thin lines running down my spine, like something had clawed me. They weren't deep, but they stung, and I knew I hadn't done it to myself. We ended up calling a local imam to bless the apartment the next day, but that's a separate thing. On that specific day, though, after all that happened, we tried to calm down by talking about renovations we'd done a while back. See, a few months ago, we had some work done, fixed the plumbing, repainted the walls, and ever since, the shadows had started coming back. That night, as we sat in the living room, we heard knocks on the door, soft at first, then louder, like someone was pounding with their fists. We didn't answer. We just held each other, waiting for it to stop. And then, just like that, it did. The knocks faded, and the apartment went silent, but the fear didn't leave. It's still here, hanging in the air, and I don't know what to do about it. I keep thinking about that shadow on the balcony, and how it felt like it was watching me. And I can't help but wonder if it's still around, waiting. Story 17. This happened about 2 summers ago on my family's property out in the sticks. We've got a decent chunk of land, mostly woods and overgrown fields, and way at the back near the tree line, there's this old decommissioned ambulance my dad bought at an auction years back. Don't ask me why. He's got a thing for weird projects. It's just been sitting there, rusting. The tires are flat, the windshield is a spiderweb of cracks, and the inside smells like old vinyl, damp earth, and something metallic, like old coins. It's not a place you'd want to spend a lot of time, but when you're a teenager with nothing to do, a creepy old ambulance becomes the coolest hangout spot. My best friend was staying over that weekend. We'd decided it would be a fun, stupid idea to have a sleepover in the ambulance. We'd done it once before, a year prior, and it was fine. A little spooky, but fine. We'd told ghost stories, gotten scared by every little noise, and laughed it off in the morning. This time was different. This time it wasn't our imaginations. The day had been hot and thick with humidity, the kind where the air feels like a wet blanket. By the time the sun went down, the woods were alive with the usual chorus of crickets and frogs. We'd dragged 2 sleeping bags and a bunch of pillows into the back of the ambulance. The interior lights didn't work, so we had a couple of battery-powered lanterns that cast these long, jumping shadows. The floor was gritty under my socks, and every time one of us moved, the whole vehicle would creak and groan on its worn-out springs. We were just talking, you know, about school, about girls, about stupid video games, normal stuff, the kind of aimless conversation that just fills the space. I remember I was lying on my back, looking up at the ceiling where someone had stuck a few faded, peeling stickers, probably from the crew that used to run calls in this thing. That was a weird thought. What had this ambulance seen? Had people died in here? We'd always joked about it. But lying there in the quiet, it felt less like a joke. It must have been past midnight when we finally decided to try and sleep. The woods had gotten quiet, which they sometimes do. It's never a full silence. There's always something. A leaf rustling, a distant animal, but this felt heavier. We turned off the lanterns, and the darkness was absolute. I mean, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. I remember fumbling with my sleeping bag zapper, the sound ridiculously loud in the quiet. I was just on the edge of sleep, that fuzzy place where thoughts drift, when I heard it the first time. A voice, a deep male voice. It said one word, "Hey." It wasn't shouted. It wasn't whispered. It was just stated, like someone trying to get your attention from a few feet away. The tone was flat, completely neutral. It came from outside, from the direction of the passenger side. My eyes snapped open in the dark. I was instantly awake, my heart hammering against my ribs. I held my breath, listening so hard my ears started to ring with the strain. Nothing. Just the faint sigh of the wind. "You hear that?" I whispered into the blackness. From the other side of the ambulance, my friend's voice came back, tight and thin. Yeah. We both lay there, frozen. A minute passed, then two. The normal night sounds started to trickle back in. An owl hooted far away. Probably just an animal, my friend said, but his voice was unsure. Maybe, I said, not believing it for a second. No animal sounds like that. It was a human voice, clear as day. We tried to settle back down. I rolled onto my side, facing the side door of the ambulance. I could make out the faint, darker rectangle of the window. I kept my eyes fixed on it, my body tense. I must have lain like that for another 20 minutes, every muscle coiled, waiting. The initial jolt of fear had faded into a low, humming anxiety. Maybe it was a trick of the wind. Maybe it was someone walking on the road, though the road is a good half-mile from where the ambulance is parked. I was constructing these reasonable explanations in my head, trying to smother the unease. Then it happened again. Hey, this time it was different. It came from the driver's side, and it sounded closer, much closer, like the person was right outside the door, their face maybe inches from the glass. I jerked upright, my sleeping bag tangling around my legs. "Dude," I hissed. "I heard it," my friend said, and I could hear the tremor in his voice. He fumbled for his lantern and clicked it on. The sudden light was blinding. We both blinked, looking around the empty interior of the ambulance. It was just us, the same dusty, confined space. The doors were still shut. Nothing had changed, but everything had. We sat there in the pool of light from his lantern, not speaking. My mouth was dry. I could feel the pulse in my neck. The fear was back, cold and solid in my gut. This wasn't a coincidence. Something was out there. "Should we look?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. I shook my head. "No way. Let's just wait." So we waited. We didn't turn the light off. We just sat in the middle of that old ambulance listening. The woods were silent again. It was the kind of silence that feels deliberate, like something is holding its breath. I kept staring at the windows, expecting to see a face appear, but there was only blackness. Time stretched out. It felt like an hour, but it was probably only 10 or 15 minutes. The initial panic subsided again, leaving behind a raw, jittery feeling. We started talking in low murmurs, trying to rationalize it. A neighbor playing a prank? But we were way out and no one would wander this far onto our property in the middle of the night. An animal? Again, no. It was a voice. We decided stupidly to try and get some sleep with the lantern on. My friend turned his off, leaving just mine on, casting a weak, yellowy light that made the shadows in the corners seem deeper. I lay back down, but sleep was impossible. I was just staring at the ceiling again, tracing the cracks in the fiberglass with my eyes, listening to my own heartbeat. That's when the worst thing happened. The voice came again. "Hey." But this time, it wasn't outside. It was inside, with us, in the ambulance. It came from the space between us, from the empty air right in the middle of the vehicle. It was the same deep, flat, neutral tone. It wasn't loud, but in the small enclosed space, it was deafening. It felt like the sound didn't just hit my eardrums, but vibrated through my whole body. I didn't just hear it, I felt it in my teeth. For a second there was no sound at all, no breathing, no rustling, just the echo of that word hanging in the air. Then my friend made a sound, a choked-off gasp that was pure terror. I scrambled backward so fast, I slammed my shoulder into the metal wall of the ambulance, the impact jarring up my spine. I didn't care. I was just trying to get away from the spot where the voice had been. My friend was doing the same on his side, fumbling for his lantern again. His hands were shaking so badly he dropped it, and it clattered on the floor, the light spinning crazy patterns around us. "The door!" I shouted, my voice cracking. "Get the door open!" We both lunged for the rear double doors. They were heavy and stiff, but panic gives you strength. We shoved them open and practically fell out onto the damp grass. The cool night air hit my face, but it didn't feel refreshing. It just felt exposed. We were out in the open now. We didn't stop. We didn't look back. We just ran. We ran through the dark field, the tall grass whipping at our legs, our breath coming in ragged, sobbing gasps. I remember the feeling of the cold ground under my bare feet, the sting of a branch scraping my arm. I didn't look back. I was too afraid of what I might see following us, or worse, what I might see still inside the ambulance watching us from the darkness. We didn't stop running until we reached the back porch of my house, slamming the screen door shut behind us and collapsing on the floor, heaving for air. We sat there for a long time, just trying to breathe, trying to process what had happened. We were both shaking, covered in cold sweat. We never went back out there that night. We ended up sleeping on the living room floor with every light in the house on. We didn't talk about it much. What was there to say? We both knew what we heard. We both knew where we heard it from. The next morning, in the clear light of day, we went back to the ambulance. It looked exactly the same, just an old broken-down vehicle sitting in a field. Our sleeping bags were still inside, our pillows scattered. My lantern was still on, its battery nearly dead. It looked so ordinary, so harmless. But we both knew it wasn't. We never slept in there again. My dad ended up selling it for scrap metal a year later, and I was honestly relieved to see it go. To this day, I have no explanation. Was it a spirit? Something tied to the ambulance's past? The thought makes my skin crawl. Or was it an intruder, someone messing with us from outside, and then somehow getting inside without us hearing a door open or a footstep? That might be even scarier, the idea that a person was in there with us standing in the dark, just saying that one word. But the thing that haunts me the most, the detail I can't shake, is the quality of that last hay. The one that was inside. It didn't sound like it came from a person hiding in a corner. It sounded like it came from the empty space right next to me. It felt like it was spoken into the air itself. I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, and for a split second I'm back in that ambulance, lying in the dark, and I can feel the silence just before it happened. I hold my breath, waiting to hear it again, and the worst part is, I know if I ever do hear it again, it won't be from outside my window. It'll be from right beside my bed. Story 18. It was a Friday night, I think, because we didn't have school the next day, and my mom let us stay up later than usual. We were in the living room by then, sitting on this big, lumpy couch that had seen better days. The TV was on, but it was just background noise, some cartoon we weren't really watching. The clock on the wall said it was around 10:30 p.m., and the apartment was dark, except for the glow from the screen, and a small lamp in the corner that cast long shadows across the room. I remember feeling that kind of tired but wired energy kids get when they're up past their bedtime, where everything feels a little more intense and real. That's when we saw her. She just appeared out of nowhere. Like one moment the space near the hallway was empty, and the next she was there, a tall woman, really tall, with long dark hair that hung straight down her back, almost to her waist. She was wearing a white nightgown, the kind that looked old-fashioned and flowy, and it seemed to move even though there wasn't any breeze in the room. Her lips were this bright, shocking red, like she'd just put on lipstick, but everything else about her was pale and washed out. I didn't hear her come in. No footsteps, no door opening, nothing. She just was there, and my cousin and I froze. We were kids, so at first I thought maybe it was a prank or something, but the way she stood there, so still and silent, sent a chill right through me. My heart started beating fast, like it was trying to jump out of my chest, and I could feel my palms getting sweaty. I glanced at my cousin, and his eyes were wide, his mouth hanging open a little. He looked as scared as I felt. The woman didn't say anything at first. She just stared at us with these dark eyes that didn't seem to blink. Then she smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was tight and unnatural, and her red lips looked even brighter against her skin. She walked over to the couch, and her movements were smooth, almost floating, but not in a graceful way. It was eerie, like she wasn't quite touching the floor. She sat down right between me and my cousin, and the couch didn't even creak like it usually did when someone sat on it. Up close, I could see that her hair was so dark it almost looked black, and it was perfectly straight, not a strand out of place. Her nightgown was thin, and I could see the outline of her body underneath, but it was blurry, like looking through fogged glass. She smelled faintly of flowers, but it was a sweet, cloying smell that made my stomach twist. Then she started talking. Her voice was weird. It kept changing, like she was putting on different voices, sometimes high and squeaky, sometimes low and raspy. It didn't sound human, not really. She asked us about our day, what we were playing, normal stuff, but the way she said it was all wrong. The words came out slurred or stretched, and sometimes she'd pause in the middle of a sentence and just stare at us with that unblinking gaze. I remember my throat felt tight, and I couldn't speak, but my cousin managed to mumble something about our action figures. She laughed at that, a sound that was more like a dry cough than laughter, and it made the hairs on my arms stand up. We sat there for what felt like forever, but it was probably only a few minutes. The whole time, I kept thinking about the spare room down the hall. It was always locked, and my mom never let us go in there. She said it was for storage, but we'd heard stories from other kids in the building about weird noises coming from it sometimes. The door had this old-fashioned latch, the kind you have to lift to open, and it was always secured. I don't know why, but I had a bad feeling about that room, like it was connected to her somehow. Then she leaned in closer, her face just inches from mine, and her breath was cold like ice. She asked us to open the spare room door. Her voice was low and serious now, no more funny voices, and it sent a shiver down my spine. I shook my head, and my cousin did too. We both said no, almost at the same time. I don't know where we found the courage, but something about the way she said it felt wrong. Like if we opened that door, something terrible would happen. My hands were trembling, and I could feel my legs shaking under me. She didn't get angry or anything. She just stared at us, her red lips pressed together, and then she started to fade. It wasn't like she walked away. She just slowly became transparent, like smoke, until there was nothing left. One moment she was there, and the next, she was gone. The spot on the couch where she'd been sitting felt cold when I reached out to touch it, and the flowery smell lingered in the air for a second before fading too. My cousin and I sat there in silence for a while, too scared to move. Then we both started talking at once, our voices shaky, asking each other if we'd really seen that. We decided to go tell my mum, who was in her bedroom down the hall. We ran there, our footsteps loud on the hardwood floor, and burst in without knocking. She was reading a book, and she looked up, annoyed at first, but then she saw our faces and asked what was wrong. We tried to explain, stumbling over our words, talking about the tall woman in the white nightgown and how she asked us to open the spare room door. My mom's expression changed from annoyed to angry. She said we were imagining things, that we'd been up too late, but she got up and marched down the hall to check the spare room anyway. I remember following her, my heart still racing, and the hallway seemed longer than usual, the shadows deeper. When we got to the door, she reached for the latch, and that's when we saw it. The latch was open. It wasn't locked like it should have been. It was just hanging there, like someone had lifted it but didn't go in. My mum's face went pale, and she pushed the door open slowly. The room was dark inside, and it smelled dusty and old, like papers and forgotten things. She flipped on the light, and we saw boxes piled up, nothing out of the ordinary, but the air felt heavy, like something had been there recently. My mum turned to us, her voice tight, and asked if we'd touched the door. We said no, we hadn't, and she just shook her head, muttering about how it must have come loose. But I could tell she didn't believe it. She locked the latch again, harder than necessary, and told us to go to bed and not to talk about it anymore. Back in my room, my cousin and I didn't sleep much. We kept whispering about the woman, and that's when it hit me. She looked like my aunt, my mom's sister, who lived far away and we only saw on holidays. She had the same long dark hair and a similar face, but my aunt was alive and well, nothing like this woman. The resemblance was uncanny though, and it made the whole thing even creepier. Why would someone who looked like my aunt show up in our apartment and ask us to open that door? What was in there that she wanted? The rest of the night, every little noise made us jump. The wind outside, the creak of the buildings settling, it all sounded like footsteps or voices. I kept expecting to see her again, standing in the doorway or sitting on the edge of the bed, but she never came back. In the morning, everything seemed normal, but that feeling of dread stayed with me for days. Even now, years later, I can still picture her clearly. The tall figure, the white nightgown, those bright red lips. I don't know who she was or what she wanted, and I've never been able to explain it. My cousin and I don't talk about it much, but when we do, we both get quiet and uneasy. That door stayed locked after that, and my mom never mentioned it again. But sometimes I catch her looking at it like she's remembering something too. Whatever happened that night, it left a mark. And I still get chills thinking about what might have been in that room if we'd opened the door. Story 19. I was a field biologist. My job back then was to spend weeks at a time in this massive remote stretch of scrubland, cataloguing plant species and doing population surveys for a long-term ecological study. It wasn't glamorous, it was mostly just dirt, thorny bushes, and a whole lot of quiet. The kind of quiet that sinks into your bones after a while. We were a small team, just 3 of us, living out of 2 tents for a 4-week stint. The nearest town was a good 3-hour drive over rough, unpaved tracks. We were utterly on our own. The first couple of weeks were normal. Hot days, cold nights, the usual routine. We'd find scat, identify tracks, take soil samples. The only weird thing, and we joked about it at the time, was the rocks. We'd come back to camp and find a small stack of stones, maybe 5 or 6 high, balanced perfectly near the fire pit. Not big ones, just little river stones. We figured it was one of us doing it as a prank, but we all denied it. It was harmless, so we didn't think much of it. Then, other little things started happening. I'd put my favorite mug on the crate we used as a table, turn my back for a second, and it would be gone. I'd find it 10 minutes later, sitting neatly on a stump, 20 yards away. My colleague, the one who was in charge of our gear, swore someone was moving his tools around in the lockbox. Again, we brushed it off. You get a little stir-crazy out there. You misremember things. It's easy to do, but the feeling started to change. It's hard to describe, but the silence out there began to feel different. It wasn't peaceful anymore. It was a heavy, waiting kind of silence, like the whole forest was holding its breath. I started feeling watched. Not like an animal was watching us, which happened all the time. This was different. It was a constant prickling sensation on the back of my neck, a feeling of being studied from just beyond the tree line. I'd spin around and there'd be nothing there, just the trees and the brush, still and silent. The day it all came to a head was our last scheduled day. We were supposed to pack up most of our gear that afternoon and leave first thing the next morning. I remember feeling a huge sense of relief. I just wanted to be gone. I was so tense, jumping at every little sound. The night before, one of the others had mentioned hearing something, not an animal. He said it sounded like singing, very faint, like children singing a nursery rhyme from a long, long way off. He couldn't make out the words. We'd told him it was the wind, but there hadn't been any wind. That last day, we were all on edge. We did our work quickly, barely talking. The feeling of being watched was so intense, it was almost a physical pressure. We finished our final transect early and headed back to camp to start breaking everything down. We worked fast, not saying much, just wanting to get everything organized so we could get out at dawn. The sun went down. We cooked dinner on the camp stove, ate in silence, and then just sat by the dead fire, none of us wanting to go to our tents yet. The darkness felt thick. I went to bed last. I remember zipping myself into my sleeping bag, listening to the absolute quiet, no crickets, no rustling in the leaves, nothing. It was the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, I was awake, and the world was green. That's the only way I can say it. I blinked, thinking my eyes were messed up from sleep, but it wasn't that. My entire tent was lit up with this faint, sickly green light. It wasn't like any light I'd ever seen. It didn't come from a single source. It was just everywhere. The air itself seemed to be glowing. It cast no shadows. Everything inside my tent, my backpack, my boots, the wrinkles in the sleeping bag, was bathed in this unearthly, uniform glow. My heart just started hammering in my chest. I lay there frozen for a minute, trying to make it make sense. Bioluminescence? Some kind of freak atmospheric phenomenon? But this was inland, miles from anywhere, and the light was too intelligent. It felt purposeful. Slowly, carefully, I unzipped my tent flap just a crack and peered out. The whole forest was glowing. Every leaf, every branch, every blade of dry grass was emanating this same soft green light. It was beautiful in the most terrifying way imaginable. It was like I'd been transported to another planet. And the silence. God, the silence was absolute. There was no sound at all, not a single one. It was deafening. I crawled out of my tent, my legs shaking so bad I could barely stand. I looked over at the other tent and saw my two colleagues also crawling out, their faces pale and slack with shock in the green glow. We just stared at each other, not saying a word. We didn't need to. The fear on their faces mirrored my own. And then we heard it. It started as a whisper, so faint I thought it was the blood rushing in my ears. But it got louder. It was a voice, or maybe multiple voices, whispering all at once. I couldn't make out any words. It was a sibilant rushing sound, like dry leaves skittering across pavement. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, circling the camp. We huddled together, backs to each other, scanning the glowing tree line. The whispering circled us, never getting closer but never fading either. It was a constant, chattering susurrus that wormed its way right into my brain. It felt ancient. It felt malicious. It felt like it was laughing at us. Then one of my colleagues pointed a trembling finger towards the edge of the clearing. There, arranged in a perfect circle, were dozens of those little stacked rock piles. They hadn't been there when we went to sleep. They stood there in the eerie green light, silent and deliberate. That's when we broke. There was no discussion. No, what do we do? We just moved. A silent, shared panic took over. We started tearing down the camp. We didn't speak. We just worked, our hands fumbling, our breaths coming in short, sharp gasps. The green light made everything look surreal and wrong, like we were moving through a nightmare. The whispering continued the entire time, that same circling, unintelligible chatter. It felt like they were watching us pack, amused by our frantic, terrified efforts. I was stuffing my sleeping bag into its sack when I saw something move in the trees. Not an animal, it was just a flicker of deeper shadow in the glowing green, a suggestion of a shape that was there and then gone. It was tall and thin. My brain tried to process it, to categorize it, and came up with nothing. It was just wrong. We worked faster. We didn't care about neatness. We just threw everything into the backs of the trucks. Pots, pans, scientific equipment, clothes. It all went in a chaotic jumble. The whole time, that feeling of being observed was so intense, it was like a physical weight on my shoulders. I could feel eyes on me, hundreds of them, from the glowing woods. Getting the tents down was the worst part. It meant being exposed. We yanked the stakes, collapsed the poles, and bundled the fabric into messy heaps. I kept my head on a swivel, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. The whispering seemed to get a little louder, a little more excited as we got closer to leaving. Finally, everything was loaded. The three of us scrambled into the cab of the lead truck. It was a tight squeeze. The guy in the driver's seat fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking so badly he dropped them. The sound of the keys clattering on the metal floor was shockingly loud in the unnatural silence. He cursed, a low, terrified sound, and scooped them up. He turned the ignition. The engine roared to life, a blessedly normal human sound. He slammed it into gear and didn't even bother turning on the headlights. The green glow was bright enough to see by, and I think we were all afraid of what the headlights might illuminate. He punched the gas, and the truck lurched forward onto the rough track. We bounced and jolted, none of us saying a word. We just stared out the windows at the glowing forest. It felt like it was pressing in on us. I kept expecting a branch to slam down in front of us, or for the track to just disappear. We drove for what felt like an eternity, but it was probably only 10 minutes. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the green glow just vanished. One moment the world was this surreal, silent emerald nightmare. The next, it was just dark. Pitch black. The driver slammed on the brakes and turned on the headlights. The twin beams cut through the normal, familiar darkness, illuminating the dusty track and the normal, non-glowing trees. The whispering stopped. The silence was broken by the sound of the truck's engine and our own ragged breathing. We sat there for a long time, just staring into the woods through the windshield. They were just woods again. Dark, quiet, normal woods. We didn't talk about it. We just drove. We drove all the way back to the research station, not stopping once. We didn't even look at each other. I handed in my resignation the next week. I gave some excuse about family stuff. I never went back to that stretch of scrubland. I heard through the grapevine that another team was sent out the following summer. I don't know what, if anything, they experienced. I never asked. I didn't want to know. I still work in biology, but it's in a lab now with fluorescent lights and controlled temperatures. I don't go into the field anymore. I can't. People ask me sometimes why I changed my career path so suddenly. I just tell them I got tired of the bugs in the dirt. But the truth is, I saw something out there that I can't explain. Something old and aware that lives in those quiet, empty places. Something that glows green in the dark and whispers. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that it was just playing with us, letting us go, and I have never, ever felt truly alone since that night, because I'm always afraid that if I'm in the dark and quiet for too long, I'll start to hear the whispering again and see that terrible, beautiful green light beginning to bloom just at the edge of my vision. Story 20. Okay, so I've never really shared this with anyone before, but I guess I need to get it out there. This happened a few years ago when I was living in this old house on Slough Street in Australia. It was one of those places that had been in the family for ages, kind of creaky and full of memories, but nothing that ever felt wrong until that day. I'm still shaken up thinking about it, and I don't think I'll ever fully understand what went down. It was a Tuesday afternoon, around 3 o'clock, and the sun was starting to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the backyard. I'd finished up with work early. I was doing some remote stuff back then, and decided to head out to check on the cockatoos. We had a bunch of them that nested in the big gum trees out back, and I'd gotten into the habit of visiting them most days. They were loud, messy birds, but there was something calming about watching them squawk and flap around. That day, though, everything felt off from the get-go. I remember slipping on my worn-out sneakers by the back door and stepping onto the porch. The air was still and quiet, which was weird because the cockatoos were usually noisy as hell, especially around that time. As I walked across the lawn, the grass was damp from earlier rain, and my feet sank into it a little. I could smell that fresh, earthy scent you get after a shower. Mixed with the faint smell of eucalyptus from the trees, I headed toward the far corner of the yard where the birds usually gathered, near this rusty old shed that my granddad used for gardening tools. At first, Everything seemed normal. A few cockatoos were perched on the branches, preening their white feathers, and one of them, a big one with a bright yellow crest, was nibbling on a seed pod. I stood there for a minute, just watching them, feeling the cool breeze on my skin, but then, slowly, I started to notice something strange. The birds had gone quiet, like completely silent. No squawking, no rustling, just this eerie stillness. I felt a prickle on the back of my neck like someone was staring at me. I turned around, thinking maybe Grandad had come out, but the yard was empty. The house looked normal behind me, windows dark and quiet. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just being jumpy. But the feeling didn't go away. It got stronger, like a weight pressing down on me. I remember my heart starting to beat faster, and I could feel this cold sweat forming on my palms. I took a step closer to the trees, and that's when the cockatoos went nuts. All at once, they started screaming. Not their usual noisy chatter, but this high-pitched, panicked shrieking that made the hair on my arms stand up. It was so loud it felt like it was drilling into my skull. I froze, my eyes darting around, trying to see what had spooked them. Then, out of nowhere, I felt this icy breath on the back of my neck. It wasn't like a breeze. It was focused, like someone had leaned in close and exhaled. The cold seeped through my shirt and into my skin, and I shuddered so hard my teeth chattered. My whole body went rigid and I couldn't move. I was just standing there, trapped, while the birds kept screaming and this freezing sensation crawled down my spine. And that's when I heard the voice. It was low and raspy, like an old man who'd smoked too many cigarettes, and it was right behind my ear. It whispered one word, Bluey. I have no idea what that meant. Maybe a name or some kind of code, but it didn't make any sense to me. My mind was racing, trying to process it, but before I could even turn around, the voice screamed, "Run!" It was so loud and sudden that I jolted backward, my legs giving out from under me. I fell hard onto the damp grass, my elbow smacking against a rock buried in the soil. Pain shot up my arm, sharp and throbbing, and I gasped for air. The cockatoos were still going crazy, flapping around in a frenzy, and I could see feathers floating down around me. My heart was pounding so fast, I thought it might burst out of my chest. I scrambled to get up, but my ankle twisted awkwardly when I fell, and a searing pain made me cry out. I had to hobble, dragging my bad leg, as I stumbled toward the back door of the house. Every step felt like it took forever. The yard seemed to stretch out, and I could feel that cold breath still on my neck, like it was following me. I kept glancing back, but there was nothing there, just the empty yard and the screaming birds. My breath came in ragged pants, and I could taste the metallic fear in my mouth. I was so focused on getting to the door that I didn't notice anything else until I was almost there. The back door was usually unlocked during the day, but when I reached for the handle, it wouldn't budge. It was locked. I fumbled with it, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the metal. I started pounding on the door, yelling for someone to let me in, but no one answered. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement inside, a shadow near the kitchen window. It was my grandfather, probably coming to see what the noise was about. I screamed his name, but my voice came out choked and weak. Just as he reached the door from the inside, it flew open with so much force that it slammed right into him. I heard a sickening thud and his grunt of pain as he stumbled back. I fell through the doorway, collapsing onto the linoleum floor, my body trembling uncontrollably. Grandad was clutching his shoulder, looking dazed and confused, and the door swung shut behind me with a loud bang. For a few seconds I just lay there, gasping, my face pressed against the cool floor. The cockatoos had stopped screaming, and the yard was silent again. Grandad helped me up, his hands rough but steady, and we both stared out the window. Nothing moved. No birds, no shadows, nothing. My ankle was throbbing and my elbow was bleeding a little. But all I could feel was this deep, cold fear that had settled in my bones. I never found out what bluey meant or why that voice told me to run. Grandad thought I'd tripped and imagined things because of the fall, but I know what I felt and heard. The icy breath, the raspy whisper. It was all too real. I stayed inside for the rest of the day, jumping at every little sound, and I never went out to see the cockatoos again. To this day, I can't explain it, and sometimes when I'm alone, I still feel that chill on my neck like a ghost of that afternoon. Story 21. I've never been able to shake what happened in that old house. I've tried to forget it, to write it off as just a bad dream or my imagination running wild. But deep down, I know it was real. I'm sharing this here because maybe putting it into words will help. Or maybe it'll just make it worse. I don't know, but I need to get it out. We moved into that house when I was about 12, and from the start, it felt off. It wasn't anything obvious, just a feeling, like the air was heavier in some rooms, or the silence had a weight to it. The house was old, built sometime in the 1900s, with creaky floorboards and windows that rattled in the wind. My parents bought it cheap, and I remember my dad joking that we'd have to put up with a few ghosts to afford a place this big. He didn't know how right he was. The weird stuff started small. I'd be in my room, and I'd hear someone call my name from downstairs, but when I went to check, no one was there. At first, I thought it was my mom or dad, but they'd be outside or in another part of the house, and they'd swear they hadn't called me. Then there were the knocks. Hard, sharp raps on the doors, like someone was pounding with their fist. They'd come at random times, day or night, and whenever we opened the door, there was never anyone there. We tried blaming it on the house settling or pipes knocking, but it didn't sound like that. It sounded intentional, like someone was trying to get in. But the day everything came to a head was a Saturday in late October. I remember because the air was crisp, and the leaves were turning, but inside the house it felt cold in a way that had nothing to do with the weather. I woke up early that morning around 7 because I heard my name being called from the hallway. It was my mom's voice, clear as day, saying my name softly like she was checking on me. I rolled over and mumbled, "Yeah?" But no one answered. When I got up and looked, the hallway was empty, and my parents were still asleep in their room. That was the first thing that set me on edge, but I brushed it off, thinking I was half dreaming. I went downstairs to get some cereal, and the house was quiet in that way that felt too still. As I was eating, I heard a series of hard knocks on the front door. 3 quick raps, then a pause, then 3 more. It was so loud it made me jump. I thought maybe it was a neighbor or something, so I went to the door and peered through the peephole. No one was there. The street was empty, and the morning was quiet. My heart started beating faster, and I could feel that cold dread creeping up my spine. I locked the door and went back to the kitchen, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Later that morning, around 10, I was in my room trying to read a book, but I kept getting distracted by noises from the attic. We didn't use the attic for much, just storage, and it was accessed by a pull-down ladder in the hallway. The sound started as faint thumps, like something rolling around up there. At first I ignored it, thinking it was squirrels or something, but then it got louder. It sounded like bowling balls rolling across the floor, heavy and rhythmic, followed by a crash like something had fallen. I know how crazy that sounds, but I'm not making it up. We didn't own any bowling balls. I'd never even been bowling in my life back then. I went out into the hallway and stood at the bottom of the attic ladder. The sounds were clearer there. Roll, roll, thud, like someone was dropping weights. My hands were shaking, and I could feel sweat on my palms. I thought about going up to check, but I was too scared. Instead, I went to find my dad. He was in the garage, tinkering with some tools, and when I told him about the noise, he just shrugged and said it was probably the wind or an animal. But I could tell he was uneasy too. His eyes darted toward the house like he didn't want to go back in. We went inside together, and by then the noise had stopped. The house was silent again, but that silence felt worse, like it was waiting for something. My dad pulled down the attic ladder and climbed up with a flashlight. I stayed at the bottom, my heart pounding. He was up there for a few minutes, and when he came back down, his face was pale. He said there was nothing there, no animals, no fallen boxes, nothing that could have made that sound. The dust on the floor was undisturbed, like no one had been up there in years. That's when I really started to feel scared, because if it wasn't an animal or the house settling, what was it? The rest of the day passed in a kind of nervous haze. I stayed close to my parents, not wanting to be alone. Around 3 in the afternoon, I was in the living room watching TV when I heard my name again, this time from the kitchen. It was my dad's voice, but when I called back, no one answered. I went to the kitchen and it was empty. The back door was locked and the windows were shut. I felt a chill, like someone had opened a freezer door, and I rushed back to the living room. My mom was there, and she asked me what was wrong. I told her about the voice, and she just nodded slowly, like she'd heard it too, but didn't want to admit it. As evening fell, the atmosphere in the house got heavier. We ate dinner in near silence, and every little noise made us jump. Around 8 o'clock, my parents decided to go to bed early, maybe hoping that if they slept, the day would be over. I went to my room too, but I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the house creak and groan. I was wearing my red pajamas, the ones with the little stars on them, and I remember feeling oddly comforted by them, like they were a barrier against whatever was happening. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to screams. It was my mum's voice, shrill and terrified, coming from my parents' room. I bolted upright, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't know what time it was, but it felt like the middle of the night. The house was dark, and I could hear my dad shouting, "What the hell? Who are you?" I scrambled out of bed and ran to their room. The door was open, and when I looked in, my mum was sitting up in bed, clutching the covers to her chest, and my dad was standing by the door, his face white as a sheet. They were both staring at the foot of the bed, but there was nothing there. I asked what was wrong, and my mum started crying. She said they had seen me, a version of me, standing at the foot of their bed wearing a black dress. But I was right there in my red pajamas, and I'd been asleep in my room. My dad described it in a shaky voice. He said it looked exactly like me, but the eyes were wrong, dark and empty, and it was just standing there staring at them without moving. He said it felt like it lasted for minutes, but it might have only been seconds before it vanished. My mum kept saying, "It was you," but it wasn't you. Over and over again, I felt cold all over, like I'd been dipped in ice water. How could they see me when I wasn't there, and why a black dress? I didn't even own one. We all ended up huddled in the living room after that, too scared to go back to bed. We turned on all the lights and sat on the couch, not talking much, just listening. The house was quiet now, but it felt like it was holding its breath. I remember looking at my parents' faces. They were exhausted and terrified, and I knew we couldn't stay there anymore. That was the moment we decided to sell the house. We moved out a few months later, and the new owners moved in. I thought that would be the end of it, but about a year after we left, my mom got a call from the new owner. She was a nice woman, and she asked if we'd ever experienced anything strange in the house. She said her daughter kept hearing voices calling her name, and they'd find doors open that they knew they'd locked. She didn't mention bowling balls or black dresses, but she said something felt off, like the house was watching them. Hearing that made my stomach drop, because ever since we left that house, bad things started happening to me. Little things at first. I failed a test I studied for, lost my favorite necklace, got into a fender bender, but then bigger stuff. Relationships fell apart, opportunities slipped away, and I always felt like I was fighting against some invisible force. I can't prove it's connected, but I can't shake the feeling that something from that house attached itself to me, that whatever was in there followed me out. I still have nightmares about that night. I'll wake up in a cold sweat, thinking I hear those knocks or see a shadow in the corner of my room that looks like me in a black dress. I don't know what it was, and I probably never will. But that day in the old house, the voices, the knocks, the bowling balls, and that thing my parents saw, it stuck with me like a stain on my memory. And sometimes when I'm alone, I'll hear a faint whisper that sounds like my name, and I'll freeze, wondering if it's still there, waiting.